This time, we'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of the City of Palo Alto for Monday, December 5th, 2022. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt?
Here.
Councilmember Cormack? Here. Councilmember Du Bois?
Here.
Councilmember Filsa?
Here.
Vice Mayor Coop? Here. Councilmember Stone?
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you. And before we dive into the agenda, I want to let folks know that we had a change in the agenda so that we have a study session with the County of Santa Clara immediately following a special order of the day. But because we have so many folks here who are wishing to speak on the closed session item, which is labor negotiations, we're going to have a period where public comments on the labor negotiations can immediately follow the special order of the day, and then we'll go into study session and then our closed session so that everybody doesn't have to wait around for an extra hour and a half. All right. So our special order of the day is a Neighbors Abroad presentation regarding our sister city with Mayor Ando of Shikura, Japan. And how are we arranging all this?
Thank you, Mayor Burt. This is Jennifer Buenrostro. I'm remotely here, panelist. Thank you, Mayor Burt, and thank you, council members, for having us. I just wanted to do a quick introduction. The video is ready and queued up to go, but I wanted to say that Sister City Tsuchura, I'm the vice president of the relationship, and we've had 3 years of not being able to do our exchange program and to really have our robust relationship that we have for many years. And so I was able to, very pleasantly surprised, I was able to fly to Tsuchura in October. And we had, with the goal of talking about the future and how we might have to change the in-person middle school exchange to fit new COVID rules, et cetera. Anyway, it was a very productive meeting. I met with Mayor Ando, lots of the City Hall staff, as well as the members of the Tsuchura International Association, which is the Neighbors Abroad counterpart over there. I just wanted to say that this every year they have, in November, they have a fireworks competition in Tsuchura that they've had to cancel for the past 3 years, but they had it this year. And this is a special video of the last portion of that, as well as a special message from the mayor. So please enjoy, and thank you for having me.
Hello everyone in Palo Alto. I'm Mariko Ando, Mayor of Tsuchura City. 今日は皆さんに11月5日に行われた土浦全国花火競技大会の様子をご覧いただこうと思います。新型コロナウイルス感染症の影響で一昨年は残念ながら中止となりましたが、今年3年ぶりに開催することができ、大変嬉しく思っております。今回で91回目を迎えるこの大会は、1925年に始まった歴史のある大会です。災害や不況など暗い話題が多かった当時、人々に元気になってもらおうという思いで始められました。現在では優秀な作品に内閣総理大臣賞や経済産業大臣賞が授与されるなど、日本でも最高峰の花火競技大会の一つになっています。新型コロナウイルス感染症やロシアによるウクライナ侵攻など、花火を見て皆さんが少しでも元気な前向きな気持ちになってもらえればと思います。それでは光と音が作り出す芸術、匠の技をお楽しみください。
Fantastic. And I see Councilmember Du Bois has his hand raised from Japan. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes, konnichiwa. I just wanted to say hello to our friends from Tsuchiwala. I did send a video to Mayor Ando last year, congratulating them on their anniversary. And I do look forward to being able to resume our activities in person. But thank you, Mayor, for sending that video.
Thank you. So that, I think, concludes our special order of the day. Is that correct?
I just wanted to say one more thing, that some members of the City Hall are watching right now in Satura. So welcome, everyone. Thanks for watching.
Well, thank you to everyone in the Satura City Hall. We wish you well, and thank you for your magnificent fireworks video. And on that note concludes our special order. So we will now be taking public comment on closed session item number 1. Then we'll come back to the study session on the county update for the Stanford Community Plan before we actually go into closed session. So closed session item number 1 is a conference with labor negotiators regarding employee unions, the SEIU, or UMPAPA, or PAPOA, our PMA, our IAFF, and our FCA. And so first, entertain a motion to go into close. No, it's a little out of order. I think rather than leave an open motion on the table, we'll just go to the public at this time for comments on item number 1. And I see we have at this time 5 speakers. Nate McClure, to be followed by Chris Brickner. Welcome.
I hadn't realized I was going to be up first. Unfortunately, I'm not the most prepared for this. Thought we were going to have a little bit more time to talk. Hello, my name is Nathan McClure. I'm one of the park rangers here for the city of Palo Alto. I've been working here since 2019. I'm very happy to be working for the city. I think that this city is really quite awesome, honestly. I am glad to be working on the negotiations team. I really like what we've been able to put together between SEIU and management, or at least the management negotiations team. I like some of the proposals that we've been able to put forth so far. I do think that there are some changes that do need to be made to make everything a little bit more equal. There's a little bit more that we could get, really, to have everybody be happy and to everyone feel that they are getting what they deserve. But overall, really liking the situation here. And yeah, again, unfortunately, I'm not quite as prepared for the speech as I could be. But again, my name is Nathan McClure, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next. So we actually ask folks not to applaud because it can be intimidating to speakers who might have an opposing position, but thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Brickner, to be followed by David Segua.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and city staff, all of our SEU members and city staff here. My name is Chris Brickner. I'm a substation technician lead here for the city of Palo Alto. I've been with the city of Palo Alto for 13 years now in electric operations. During my time here, I've seen our employees with commitment and dedication to our citizens and to our organization, and a lot of hard work from all of them. I've seen the pride in the work that they have and the honor that they hold in providing city services to our citizens. Also, my time here, I've seen our workforce dwindle year by year. As our workforce shrinks, our workload seems to be increasing, especially in the last few years. Currently in electric operations where I work, we have 66 utility electrician positions open and 23 of them are vacant. Of the 41 positions that are filled, 6 of them are either an apprentice or trainee, which puts more workload on senior technicians like myself and my journeyman staff to help train them to make them competent electricians so we can put our focus of how we do our work and the pride we have in our work for the city of Palo Alto and instill that in them. What I've seen over the last few years is our organization bleeding out. We need to find a way to stop the bleeding immediately before we have very little to no employees to provide the services that we need for our utility. Slowing it down isn't going to help. We need to stop it, especially if we're trying to work towards electrification of our city. We have a lot of vacancies, a lot of openings. We have a dedicated staff that has commitment and honor and pride in their work. And we need to find a way to help them and bring other employees and train them and bring them on board and have that city of Palo Alto attitude so we can provide the services that our citizens want and deserve. In closing, I thank you all for your time. I thank you for working with us, working with our negotiation team. And I want to thank our negotiation team and all of our members for the hard work and dedication that we have for our city of Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Segua, to be followed by Ratu Saramalani. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, and staff. This is the first time I've done this since I was 14 and getting my citizenship merit badge as Boy Scout, so forgive me if I'm not completely prepared. As I said, my name is David Segua, and I work for the library. I want to start off by saying that I absolutely love this city. I love walking its streets. I love admiring its beautiful canopy of trees. I love its history, and I love its institutions. But I did not immediately fall in love with this city when I first started working here 23 years ago. But over that time, I have been in a position to develop wonderful relationships with the residents. I love your residents and consider each and every one of them to be a friend. And that was at its most evident when I experienced a very personal tragedy in 2007, and over 100 of you showed up at a memorial service for me. The residents have been very good to me over the years, but I have some growing concerns about the future of this city that I've dedicated myself to over the years. Currently, we're having a very difficult time attracting and retaining employees. And for this great city to continue to flourish, we need to offer competitive compensation, cost of living adjustments that keep up with rising costs, and continued coverage of our healthcare so that we can be comparable to other cities in our area. I love your city. I love my city. I love our city. And I want it to be great and stay that way and continue to be an admired leader that it is. Please seriously consider the proposals put forth at the negotiations table. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ratu Saramalani. Welcome, to be followed by our final speaker, Lynn Krug.
Good evening, Mayor Burt, honorable members of the council, Mr. Shakita. I am not going to speak this evening. I thank you for the opportunity, but I will pass my time over to Lynn Krug. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Lynn Krug. Welcome.
Mayor and Ed, our city manager, thank you for scheduling us early so we weren't here all night. I very much appreciate that. Okay, I'm Lynn Krug. I'm chapter chair of the SEIU employees. I've worked for the city as a utilities water, gas, wastewater inspector for 22 years. We as SEIU employees of the city of Palo Alto have a great responsibility to our community of Palo Alto, its residents, and the city council, to provide the service levels that this city and its residents demand. Across the entire city organization, we started really feeling the problem of not being able to retain and hire experienced and qualified professional employees some 6 to 8 years ago. In response, about 4 years ago, to address the issues, the city utility department developed a strategic plan, and that plan, though successful in some areas, did not result in hiring and attracting the depth of experienced professionals we needed. Now we're past the tipping point. We have too many vacancies, and we need professionals across the city, not just in utilities. We need to provide a competitive wage and separately a COLA for our employees to both retain employees and attract new employees with the needed education and experience in their field. The employee vacancies and need for hiring are not isolated to the 7 utilities and the water quality control plant, which serves 5 municipalities. We have a great responsibility, and I know our employees perform and respond to the residents' needs and do so as part of our community. Our city and organization must have the institutional knowledge and the ability to compete and hire qualified and experienced employees to provide the level of services the city demands. Thank you so much for the opportunity to work here and for all of us to thrive. I so believe that our proposals are win-win, and we want the best success for this city organization. It's in our hearts and it's in our work. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments at this time on the closed session item. We will actually entertain any additional public comments at the time we go into closed session for people who were following or had seen the agenda change. So our next item is a study session to receive an update on the Santa Clara County effort to update the Stanford Community Plan. And I'll give folks a moment to shuffle out. Thank you for coming. Before beginning the item, Councilmember Cormack, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Earlier this year, a Stanford affiliate was a source of income for me. I have consulted with the city attorney. It is legally permissible for me to participate in this item. However, to avoid confusion and/or the appearance of impropriety, I am choosing to recuse myself from this item.
Thank you. All right, so we will now begin the county effort to update the Stanford Community Plan. Mr. Shikata, will you kicking things off?
You bet. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We're pleased and appreciative of having the county's consultant, Jeff Bradley, here to give us an update on the work that the County of Santa Clara is doing to update the Stanford Community Plan. So with that, Mr. Bradley.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Jeff Bradley with Metropolitan Planning Group, working as a consulting project manager for County of Santa Clara. We also have Lisa McHale with us, the Deputy Director of the Planning and Development Department at Santa Clara County. And I do believe we also have Jacqueline Anshano, the Director of the department, with us virtually via Zoom, as well as my colleague, Brittany Bendix, Deputy, for having us. And I have about a 20-minute presentation. If anything is unclear during the presentation, don't hesitate to stop me and have me explain things better. But we will have hopefully plenty of time afterwards for receive your input and answer any clarifying questions. Next slide, please. Today's presentation is an overview of the recommended updates to the Stanford Community Plan, including a summary of informational studies that have facilitated these updates. Our goal today is to introduce this information to the City Council and receive your feedback. In terms of the presentation outline, as shown here, our agenda for today's presentation includes a brief background of the structure of the existing community plan, including a recap of the 1985 Land Use Policy Agreement. You may also hear that referred to from time to time as the so-called three-party agreement between the City of Palo Alto, the County of Santa Clara, and Stanford University. Additionally, we'll discuss the findings from the informational studies that have gone into the policy recommendations. We'll also provide a focused overview of the draft housing and circulation policies, and then finally address other general recommended policy updates to the community plan that are included. As mentioned, this presentation is about 20 minutes long, and don't hesitate to ask questions as we go along. Next slide, please. To start with some context and some mapping, this is a map of the Stanford lands in the area. All of these different colored lands are actually part of the original Stanford land grant, approximately 8,000 acres in multiple jurisdictions. The community plan and all the policies we will be discussing specifically focus on Stanford lands within the unincorporated area of the county, with some exceptions, as we'll talk about. The area shown in green is the community plan area, and we'll refer to it as the Stanford Community Plan area throughout this presentation. The other colors are provided for context, so the neighboring jurisdictions that also contain Stanford lands. Starting in the center, light blue is unincorporated San Mateo County. The orange to the north is Menlo Park. The yellow areas surrounding the community plan area to the north, east, and south are, of course, the City of Palo Alto. And immediately to the west, in the darker blue, is the town of Portola Valley. And even further west at the leftmost side of the map, in the pink, is the town of Woodside. Next slide, please. Before we proceed, I'll quickly go over some important background information related to Stanford. Back in 1985, the county, as mentioned, and the city and Stanford itself worked together and entered into a land use agreement. The agreement, which is still in effect, has the specific purpose of establishing mutual policies regarding land use, annexation, development of Stanford lands in unincorporated Santa Clara County, as well as the provision of community or municipal services. Additionally, this agreement states that Stanford intends to continue to provide all municipal services to its academic facilities in the unincorporated area of the county. As we move forward in our discussion today, it's important to keep in mind the scope of academic uses within Stanford lands, as they include not just instruction, research, and administrative facilities, but also housing. And that is clear within the 1985 land use agreement. Next slide, please. The Stanford Community Plan, or SCP as we call it, is a land use planning document originally adopted 22 years ago, back in 2000. That guides the growth and development of the community plan area, commonly referred to as the Stanford campus. It works in coordination with the 1985 Land Use Policy Agreement, and it supplements the county's general plan with specific goals and objectives specifically for this area. The community plan focuses on two high-level major principles: compact and efficient urban development and conservation of natural resources. The community plan also includes a housing linkage policy, which serves as the primary mechanism for regulating and mitigating development within the plan area. The housing linkage policy requires that housing be developed concurrently with academic development. Therefore, this policy mitigates housing impacts as the campus continues to grow, which also helps mitigate transportation issues. Next slide, please. Similar to the county's general plan, the community plan contains 7 chapters that cover all the different land use topics. This includes growth and development, land use, housing, circulation, open space, resource conservation, as well as health and safety. Next slide, we'll talk about the structure of each chapter. Includes a summary and background section, key strategies, policies, and what we call implementation programs. To the city, it may sound more familiar to call those programs from your general plan, your comprehensive plan. As a whole, the community plan provides policy guidance for the review of the general use permit applications that Stanford will submit from time to time. Next slide, please. So back in November of 2016, Stanford submitted a general use permit application, which included a request to update the 2000 community plan. This process is generally referred to as the 2018 General Use Permit, or GUP. The GUP application, however, was withdrawn by Stanford in November of 2019. However, given the progress made by county staff on both the GUP application as well as the community plan changes, the board directed staff to continue its process to update the Stanford community plan. This direction also included a request for further analysis regarding Stanford's activities related to the provision of municipal services, a graduate student housing affordability to address issues we heard during the processing of the 2018 GUP, as well as childcare. The resulting studies were shared with the community throughout this year, and I'll go over each of these studies in the following 3 slides. The next slide shows the municipal service study key findings. So this study was prepared by management partners with the purpose of understanding the adequacy of the services provided by the university. The study compares Stanford's efforts to service municipal services provided by the city of Palo Alto and another large private university, namely USC in Southern California, across 26 different service areas ranging from animal control to water supply and conservation. Ultimately, the study found that across all of the services examined in the study, the services provided were generally equivalent to those provided by the city. However, transparency of service delivery needs improvement as to enable Stanford community residents, as well as the County of Santa Clara and the City of Palo Alto, to understand, measure, and evaluate services. Fiscal transparency and public accountability is limited and needs improvement. With this in mind, the study found that a framework to document services is needed. Additionally, where warranted, the study encourages the county, Stanford, and the city, as well as other affected jurisdictions, to work together to identify funding mechanisms for any municipal or public school services needed as the campus continues to develop. The next slide shows key findings from the graduate student housing study. This study was prepared by Kaiser Marston Associates, which the council may recall also prepared the Nexus study for the 2018 GUP. The goal of this study was to determine if there's evidence of housing affordability challenges for Stanford graduate students, as we heard about in these chambers during the GUP process. This study supplements the 2018 Affordable Housing Nexus study that was prepared for that 2018 GUP application. The study found that Stanford provides housing for approximately 75% of its graduate students, both on and off campus, and that the existing units approximately meet the existing demand. Of these available housing units, approximately 85% are available to households at low or moderate income levels. However, the study also indicated that despite the availability of housing, students still had difficulties with the cost of living in the area. For example, the study pointed to a recent survey which showed that 16% of graduate students indicated they experienced frequent financial challenges and/or food insecurity. The study also indicated that affordability challenges are most prevalent among international students, driven in part by visa restrictions on spouses' ability to work in this country, and by a lack of access to federal student loans. The study also found that families also face financial difficulties, with 14% of graduate students with children having an estimated gap in financial resources triple that of graduate students without children. And that's even after consideration of additional funding sources such as Stanford's Graduate Family Grant Program, which was recently increased to up to $20,000 per qualifying household or students. The next slide is for the child care study, key findings. The third and child care study was designed to use both quantitative and qualitative research to learn more about the needs and suitability of Stanford's current child care offerings. It also provided a comparison to a group of public and private peer institutions throughout the country. The study had 4 main findings. First, that Stanford's on-campus child care centers appear to offer similar levels of service and cost to that offered at peer institutions. Secondly, The university offers more childcare programs and spots than its peers, even though there is a reported unmet need. Thirdly, Stanford's reported cost for on-campus childcare remains higher than the reported average childcare cost incurred by students, faculty, and staff for on and off-campus childcare. And finally, the majority of Stanford graduate students, faculty, and staff ranked providing more substantial childcare subsidies as the most preferred form of additional childcare benefit. Now we'll turn to housing on slide 12. Take a breath there. Slide 13. This housing chapter of the 2000 Community Plan characterizes the context for current housing trends. As you'll see on this slide, these trends have not changed appreciably over the past 20 years and may have in fact increased. These key trends include affordable housing as a regional crisis of significant concern and great importance, an ongoing jobs housing imbalance increasing in the county from 1.36 jobs per housing unit back in 2010 to 1.47 jobs per housing unit in 2021. Continued market competitiveness and shortages for both market as well as affordable homes, and a growing commute distance for Stanford affiliates. The map on the right of this slide shows the distribution of Stanford faculty, staff, and postdoctorates, which are considered workers by the county, in 2020. Faculty and staff are shown here in orange, and postdocs are shown in blue. While many individuals appear to live near campus, a substantial amount are commuting from San Jose, San Francisco, Alameda, Contra Costa counties, and beyond. Asserting the urgency of the housing crisis that has continued since the 2000 Community Plan was first adopted is a significant update to the narrative portion of the housing chapter. The next slide talks about on-campus housing. As we considered the current community plan, we also looked at the pace of on-campus housing construction. Since the adoption of the community plan back in 2000, there have been only 60 new faculty staff housing units built on campus. However, over 4,000 new student beds have been built on campus. There have been additional just over 1,000 new faculty staff units built on other Stanford land grant properties, Menlo Park and Palo Alto, as shown in the red circles on this map. Although please note, this does not include Stanford's recent purchase of approximately 750 units in the Oak Hill apartments on Sand Hill Road. However, this amount of on-site housing provided for faculty, staff, and other workers is too low, and going forward, the community plan seeks to require more housing actually on campus to meet future needs. Next slide, please. And we can see that in the existing housing chapter strategies, which require no changes, just enhancement in their supporting policy and implementations. These strategies are as follows, and these are carried over from the 2000 plan into the updated plan. Increasing the supply and affordability of housing, planning for an adequate and balanced housing supply, facilitating expedited needed residential development, augmenting affordability programs, and ensuring compatibility of new housing with existing neighborhoods. The next slide talks about housing production. Before we move into the policies and implementation measures, one major change to note throughout the housing chapter is that the updates have been expanded for the intended population being housed to include staff, postgraduate fellows, and other workers, whereas previously it was simply students and faculty. These references are now updated to reflect the broader population at Stanford in need of housing. Next slide, please. In the next two slides, we will summarize the policy and implementation measures provided in the housing chapters. We will also indicate how the policy or implementation measure relates to the existing plan or how it may differ from the recommended conditions of approval during the county's consideration of the 2018 GUP application. This is the case with the first policy we have listed here, fully mitigating the housing demand for both affordable and market rate housing that results from future campus development. This is accomplished by requiring the university to provide all the new housing as documented by a linkage nexus study. The remaining housing policy and implementation issues are new concepts. These include responding to site acquisition concerns from surrounding cities, including Palo Alto, of course, that stress university-owned housing removes taxable units from their own local markets. This is addressed by requiring construction of required affordable and market rate housing, mostly on campus or on very close by contiguous Stanford lands within Palo Alto. Additionally, the added policies require the actual construction of affordable housing instead of the acceptance of in lieu fee payments, as the affordable housing fee does not keep pace with the rise in both construction and land costs we find, and providing policies and measures to encourage affordable housing beyond what's required. Next slide, please. The following are also new policies and implementation measures included in the update. A streamlined approval process for housing located near transit, ministerial approval for designated opportunity sites in the housing element, encouragement for deeper financial assistance for housing, expansion of on-campus housing eligibility, those different population groups we mentioned, and encouraging Stanford to align with state law and allow for the development of ADUs within the faculty staff subdivision. Moving on to circulation on the next slide. Next slide. Thank you. On Stanford land alone, there are approximately 72,000 jobs and students. This is taking a slightly zoomed out look, considering not just the community plan area, but also the accelerator, the shopping center, the hospital, the research park. Nearby downtown Palo Alto also has thousands of jobs and residents. So one issue that's immediately apparent is that any transportation policy to curb congestion should take a system-wide approach. Next slide, please. What we emphasize in the context added to the circulation chapter is that Stanford campus is a very unique setting with an extraordinary opportunity to meet challenges to congestion management through innovation. This special attribute of the campus is credited to the proximity of interrelated land uses, density, and transit accessibility. As a result, the Stanford campus setting creates unique opportunities for coordinated problem solving throughout the area for walking, cycling, and transit usage. Together, these ultimately provide an opportunity to not only alleviate local congestion, but also reduce dependence on single occupant vehicles, allowing greater access and mobility with reduced vehicle miles traveled. The next slide, we discuss strategies. Existing strategies we found have been successful over the past 20 years include avoid worsening of traffic congestion through land use and transportation demand management, alleviate local congestion, and thirdly, alleviate local congestion during special events such as football games. Next slide, please. In these next two slides, we provide a summary of changes to key policies and implementation measures. The first issue here expands the existing no net new commute trip policy to include the so-called reverse commute direction and monitoring during the morning and evening peak hours, as well as the newly developed 3-hour peak periods. This was a concept first raised, again, back in the 2018 GUP application process, and has continued to become a recommendation and a program and a policy within the community plan update. We've also included completely new recommendations such as reducing VMT, broadening access to TDM programs, transportation demand management for Stanford affiliates, encouraging trip reductions by aligning the circulation and housing policies, and including language to encourage public circulation access throughout the campus. Finally, while allowing trip credits is a continuation of efforts begun as part of the 2000 community plan, the updated community plan does include a proposal to expand the trip credit area. Next slide, please. Continuing on to the second half of policies and implementation measures, the following proposed changes in the plan reflect former recommendations during the GUP review, including requiring enhancements to safe and efficient pedestrian bicycle access across the campus and to designated school sites, providing additional clarity for the advanced public notification of special events and requiring the preparation of a special event management plan. Holding the approval of additional development permits if Stanford has not fully complied with specific community plan performance standards is also a carryover from the 2018 GUP review. However, this recommendation would replace a previous policy that allowed Stanford to provide alternative compliance to intersection improvements. Finally, of the chapter updates listed here, the provision of centralized locations for deliveries is also a new recommendation. Moving on to the next slide. I'd like to conclude the discussion on circulation by summarizing how the updates to the housing and circulation chapters are designed to work together to increase housing supply while decreasing congestion. Increasing the housing supply is supported by locating housing on and very near campus, providing supportive services near housing, and incentivizing area-wide pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure improvements. Decreasing congestion is supported through the application of VMT standards, which encourage the strategic location of land uses to alleviate congestion locally and enhancing the assessment of both reverse commute trips and commute trips during expanded periods of the day, which informs the management of congestion at a more regional scale and facilitates adding housing on campus. Now we'll move on to other policy updates on the next slide. The following is a list of additional non-circulation, non-housing updates recommended by county staff that extend beyond the updates to the housing and circulation chapters. Limiting for future GUP approvals to a 10 years maximum. Currently, we're in year 22 of the 2000 GUP. So this would be a new policy to limit the term of GUPs. Relocation of the potential public school site from the east side of campus outside of the academic growth boundary to the west side of campus closer to Sand Hill Road. Extending the academic growth boundary to 99 years, subject to a 4/5 vote or a supermajority by the Board of Supervisors. New campus design guidelines, which would also include objective design standards for residential development, of course, incorporating the county health element as appropriate, and finally incorporating recommendations from the 3 studies we talked about: municipal services, graduate student housing, and childcare. Next slide, please. Next slide. In terms of next steps, our next meeting with the board is on December 13th. They will not take final action at that meeting, but we'll give further direction to staff and the consultant team to make any refinements to the plan. Once the EIR is completed next year in 2023, we will bring the community plan update through a formal adoption process, going to the planning commission first, making a recommendation, and then taking that to the board for adoption during the next calendar year. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time and attention. We're happy to be here and looking forward to receiving your comments and input on the community plan that we presented for you tonight. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for coming this evening and giving us this opportunity to participate in a meaningful way. Before hearing from colleagues, I want to emphasize a point that is in the report, which is that this entire community plan and municipal services study is based upon a tri-party agreement between the city of Palo Alto, Stanford, and the county. And we really appreciate the county coming tonight to inform us. I want to encourage a greater recognition of that it's not a 2-party agreement plus Palo Alto commenting and being asked to comment occasionally. It's a 3-party agreement. And we really need to move forward with that as the foundational relationship to the negotiations, with us recognizing that In the end, it is the county's agreement with Stanford on behalf of the city and the county. But that the city is not a just another community that has interests, and there certainly are many other communities in the area that have great interest in this plan, but we are the third party in this relationship. And so really encourage an ongoing substantive dialogue with our staff and our council on these issues. I'm not seeing other lights yet from my colleagues. Oh, there we go. Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. I did want to say thank you very much to county staff. As a matter of fact, I was watching the video, and when you stepped up, I was saying, he looks really familiar. And then it hit me, oh, I was watching the video when you were presenting from the 18th, on October 18th. So thank you very much for presenting again. I did want to mention that, you know, obviously we have concerns about the property tax. I think that you have already mentioned that, and it's in our draft review. My understanding from the staff report that I see in the county, it's like 19.7 million is estimated as property tax that we lose. And of that 19.7 million, I'm sorry, it's billion, it's not million. Let me just correct the M to the B. 13.3 billion is exempt. So really the city is falling short in collecting revenues. And in addition to that, as Stanford purchases more of our property, some of the housing in town, I mean, I know that there's the one on Oak Creek that has returned to them. And in time, we're going to lose even more property taxes over there. So that is a huge concern in terms of getting our correct funding. The other part of it is also grade separation. If I understand correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, but our downtown station is one of the highest use and highest number of transit users who go to Stanford. So that's another area that we need to kind of have Stanford and involved in terms of discussions with funding and planning, including our intermodal transit center. As Mayor Byrd had said, you know, this is a tri-party agreement, and there's the three of us that we're supposed to be in communications. I did appreciate very much the supervisors who spoke, and, you know, I think one of the things that really Supervisor Chavez asked about what is the underlying structure, and I think you answered that it's a mechanism to address the nearby jurisdictions' concerns. And I think it was your city attorney who says to ensure accountability. And you mentioned a couple of times transparency. So as much as possible that we can be involved, that would be very important. I did want to ask, I understand that there is water, their use of water is from their two reservoirs, and they come through the Matadero Creek, is that so? And then also San Francisco. Do they end up using our storm drains?
There is, through the mayor, if I may respond to Vice Mayor Koo, Stanford does receive water through the Hetchachi system, San Francisco public water system, as well as local wells that you mentioned. Beyond that, I would need to take your comments and research it more and come back.
Yeah, I was just wondering if any of the water that comes through their reservoirs, does it actually access any of our storm drains, simply because, you know, our residents also pay for those. So we want to just kind of know about that. My other issue with the circulation part of it is the no net new commute trip. And if I understood the presentation from when it was given at the county to the supervisors, it was that those are from the campus So only you count it when they're coming out of the campus. So does it get counted when it goes in?
But I'll answer your question. I have to kind of go a little broader for it to make sense. So the no net new commute trip from 2000 GUP, 2000 community plan is a longstanding measure where the county literally put tubes across the road and had people with clipboards counting every single car going in and out. So we have very good data on that going back 21 years now. So that's the no net new commute trip. The criticism that received in the community was that you're only measuring 1 hour of traffic coming in the morning. So let's call it, the morning commute hour. And then we're measuring the afternoon or evening outbound traffic. So that's what we consider commute traffic. In the morning, out in the afternoon, 5 o'clock. The reverse commute is the opposite of that. It's traffic going out in the morning, like taking your kids to school, going to the grocery store. If you live on campus, but you don't work for Stanford, you work somewhere else, that's reverse commute. And then in the evening, again, it's the reverse, it's the non-peak flow. It's people coming into the campus as opposed to most people who are leaving for the day.
And so with the growth, there is no expectation that it will have increased trips.
That is a major issue that the housing and the circulation policies are working together to make that growth as little as possible.
And is that going to be reported out? Is there analysis on that?
Yes.
Okay. And I see my time is coming up. So, I also look at VMT is another, I understand it's a state policy, and it shifts from managing local congestion management to reducing carbon emissions. So it's really not looking at matters on the ground right here in the local situation. Because a lot of times when people leave their house to go to work, they gather all the things that they want to do in order to make that entire trip. So they could go grocery shopping, pick up the kids, go to babysitters, whatever, and then go home. So all those trips in between are not counted because it's only counted from work to house, house to work, or house to grocery. So there's the disconnect over there, which I wonder if it's counted properly. So I hope that's something else that you can take a look at. Okay, my time is up, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, hi. And just for clarification, you're going to go to the public after council comments?
Correct.
Okay. Well, thanks, Jeff. That was definitely a whirlwind tour of a ton of work, and a couple of questions and then some comments. And, as the mayor mentioned, this is an update to this fairly old tri-party agreement. And I really appreciate the amount of work and analysis you guys have put into this. So you mentioned that Stanford's one of the largest employers in the area, really similar to in scale to a Google or Facebook. Could you just go over how is Stanford's housing needs and production considered by ABAG for RENA purposes?
That's a very good question. ABAG, our goal here is to collect comments to bring back technically sound answers. This is one I'll have to sort of put in the bucket of, we can research that and bring it back. It's a fairly complicated answer, and I don't want to misrepresent it, council member.
That's fine. Yeah, I do think it's an important question. I think in the city's, RENA allocation, Stanford's been considered a strong area of influence. And then, as you know, parts of it are in the city, parts Could you also just really for the public go over quickly maybe some of the suggestions on impacts payments for more general types of services? I mean, you kind of mentioned it a little bit, but it was pretty high level. Things like children's services, libraries, parking enforcement, other kinds of services.
I'm sorry, what was the first part of the question, Councilmember? What types of services would?
In your findings, did you find that there were impacts, kind of use of particularly City of Palo Alto services that were not accounted for?
The municipal services study really focused on what services the university needed and that were being provided either through contract with a public or private agency or self-provided by the university directly. And we were looking for, the study was looking for gaps, potential gaps in services or service levels that were not adequate. So it is possible there's a category of services where the services being provided by the City of Palo Alto, for example, parks, public parks, and Stanford folks, Stanford affiliated people are using those facilities. The study wasn't at the level to be able to tease that out as a quantitative matter. There is some information about that in the environmental impact report that was prepared for the 2018 general use permit application. But at a high level, the study said that the three parties should really work together, and if there's a logical, reasonable relationship, that could be a basis for negotiations for some type of fee or an agreement on monetary terms between the university and the affected public agency. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, no, it's perfect. And just some of the ones I think maybe council should think about, and city staff, are things like children's library services, things like parking enforcement, and do we see spillover parking, and kind of the cost of running residential parking permit programs along the boundary with Stanford, and even things like wastewater, stormwater runoff, making sure that we're accounting for all of that. And this is a very old tri-party agreement, and I think there may be areas that we do need to look at a little more carefully. When we get to transportation, I think Councilmember Koo started to touch on this too, that I think we need to look at both BMT as well as expanding the no new net trips. Really can't be one or the other. And really the no new net trip expansion in terms of commute hours, I think is pretty critical. This has really been kind of a bedrock of the GUP, and it's served us very well over the years. And then, even looking at some of the transportation options that are being offered, like the Marguerite shuttle, is there a way that could be expanded into the community to provide a bigger service, not just directly to Stanford campus, but to more areas off campus? And then finally, again, Councilmember Koo also touched on this, but the impacts of land acquisition in the city. I think in some cases, Stanford has continued to pay property tax, even though they claim they may not need to. But once acquired, these properties don't really turn over. And so, looking at long-term impacts, both to our school district and to our city. And I really do think we should start to head towards more of a payment in lieu of tax. It seems like this would be something that really clarifies things, really avoids the issue reoccurring in the future. And that having Stanford, agree as many other universities do, particularly in the East Coast, to make those payments to the communities that they impact. So ultimately, I think that's where we should be headed, to some kind of payment in lieu of tax. and coming up with a way that those fees would be divided between the agencies that are providing the services. And then just one last question. Since the GUP was withdrawn, Jeff, what is the impact of the kind of the lack of a GUP? You know, how much remaining kind of build out is permitted under the old GUP?
I don't have my fingers on the exact details, but the GUP is a device that is used to measure out the allowable amount of what we call academic development, which is the new buildings you see on campus. The GUP itself does not have an expiration date. So even though at some point in the near future, Stanford will run out of new development square footage, the use permit will still function as a normal use permit. It'll continue to have the conditions of approval. It will not disappear. It'll still be there. Was there a second part to that question I'm missing?
Well, I guess what happens when they do run out?
Oh, when they do run out. Okay, right. So if the GUP allowed about 2 million square feet, 2.1 million square feet of net new space. When that gets down to zero, we could still see some development activity on campus because it's all based on net new square footage. So if Stanford takes down an existing building, they could build a new building of the same size, even at a zero allocation of the GUP. So that's an important thing, I think, for the city to understand when you get questions from the public. That's how the GUP works, which is fairly normal if you think about it. The way planning looks at development, if you take down a large office building and you put up a new large office building, from a planning perspective, that's not a big change. So you apply that same concept to the campus, and that's where you get this interaction between the GUP and this normal recycling of some of the existing building square footages, essentially. So that could go on for some time, so I don't want to speculate beyond that.
Right. Okay. Great. Thank you. And that's the end of my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for being here tonight. A few questions. I was curious, can the county enforce the implementation measure regarding not approving additional development permits until Stanford fully offsets any exceedance for new housing development under state law?
Can the county, okay, so I think I get your question, Councilmember Stone. If Stanford were out of compliance in some way with the conditions of approval on a general use permit, could the county then not approve a residential development given all the new state laws around housing and such?
Yes.
This is exactly the kind of question I was asked not to answer tonight. So, I will write it down and we'll bring it back.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Next question. So the graduate student housing affordability analysis showed that the on-campus demand for housing and the housing stock exceeds the demand in all housing categories except for housing for couple units. Is that intended to be addressed in the implementation measures?
Yes, but it's qualified. It's important to keep in mind all these great new policies and programs are really keyed off of new development for really legal reasons, right? Like jurisdictions, county, city, you can only impose conditions on new things that people are building. So when we talk about some of these housing issues, we're focused on net new development, academic space, housing. So we can't really do much about past or existing deficiencies. So it's really based on if Stanford builds new housing, or new academic space under a new GUP, we can mitigate that to the best of the ability of the programs and the policies. But absent a new GUP, a lot of these does that make sense?
Yeah, that does. Thank you. And then on slide 13, I just wanted a little clarification that a map that shows where Stanford affiliates are located around the Bay Area. So that means that only 7% of Stanford faculty, staff, and postdocs live on campus?
That's correct.
Okay, and through your study, did you find, is there demand to increase that the amount of Stanford affiliates on campus, or are most of these people choosing to live off campus for a variety of reasons? I know you identified some of those in the report, but that number just seemed surprisingly inflated.
Actually, yeah, let me put a pin in that. I need to double check those numbers. The underlying data for the map is from Stanford, but the 7 and 93% was a different analysis. So I need to double check that actually goes with this map. This map shows all the employees essentially who live off campus. So when you see the Palo Alto chunk there in the middle, that's just for the city of Palo Alto, not including those folks who actually live on campus in the unincorporated county area.
Right. Okay. And then the blue are the postdoc students.
Correct.
And yeah, and I think this data.
Just to be clear, the county classifies postdocs as employees, not as students.
Ah, okay.
Just a little wrinkle there.
I can see why that would make sense. I think this data was helpful and good, and just kind of showing, I mean, Palo Alto has the plurality of faculty and postdocs, and just to show the impact that Stanford currently and in the future is going to have on our own housing supply and others. And it's kind of, it was interesting seeing 53 to 69% of the county's RENA units are to be placed on Stanford lands. Is that for anticipated growth in Stanford's student and faculty population?
No. The housing element is a separate parallel effort to meet the county's RENA, regional housing needs allocation, which of course the city has a similar situation. And so those numbers are strictly coming out of the county's ABAG designated housing targets.
Okay. So that is not in anticipation at all of future growth. That's kind of looking at Stanford as it is today and the current housing demand on campus, and is going to add significant additional amount of housing.
We could have a big discussion about this.
Okay. I would imagine, and I would also imagine that those housing units are likely, just based on kind of past practice, only going to be made available for Stanford affiliates.
The county accepts Stanford's position or circumstance where based on the nature of their land grant, only Stanford affiliates can live on campus. So the county accepts that premise. Of course, if you have household members that are associated with a Stanford affiliate, they of course can live on campus in a household situation. But you wouldn't have what Stanford calls community housing, what we would call is just regular housing for the general public. They have that obviously on some of their Stanford land grants that are within the city of Palo Alto and Menlo Park, but not within the academic campus core itself.
So Stanford's position is they are not allowed to?
Correct.
Interesting. Okay. So there would not be a possibility of a potential policy and implementation measure to include a provision that would maybe essentially require any excess housing on Stanford property to be used to house
if it were on the non-academic part, it could be. For example, the research park, the shopping center, the hospital, those are all within the city of Palo Alto. They're technically considered non-academic. They have long-term leases. They're generating revenue to support the academic mission. But yeah, I'd probably leave it there. I don't want to speak for Stanford on that matter more than I have. But I believe that's generally accurate description. Okay. That's the operating system that the county is operating under.
Okay, so I mean, yeah, if not on academic lands, then maybe on those properties where it is able. I think one thing we should be concerned about is, which I'm shocked I'm saying, access housing in Stanford. That is a unique problem in the Bay Area, especially doesn't exist here in Palo Alto. Would hate to see that housing stock go unused, and if whatever the county can do to force that housing stock to be actually filled, if it's not from Stanford affiliates, would be helpful. I see I'm out of time, but thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Well, I'll go ahead and wade in on a number of topics. First, some of what I'll be sharing is expanding on the letter that we sent to the county on September 14th. So on the transportation aspects, the city's concerned to make sure that Stanford isn't allowed to use trip reductions in the Stanford Research Park, which they're independently expected to do as a mitigation for on-campus trips. We really view those as two separate issues. And second, I think, and I didn't go back, but in I think the municipal service study or community plan, there was a reference to Stanford having an obligation to participate in grade separations. Did you recall where that is?
That was in your letter, Mayor.
Pardon me?
That was in your letter. That's
right. But I thought it was actually referenced in the county documents now.
I don't think so.
Okay, I will confirm one way or the other. And then I did want to raise the issue of we have, and I really commend the county for pushing Stanford to start moving beyond not only providing housing for their postdoc workers who had not been fully provided for in the past, but begin to open the issue of Stanford's obligation for housing on their service workers. And I don't know how much progress we'll get in that issue. And frankly, I don't know to what extent the service workers want to live on campus. But I am clear that we have many, many thousands of service workers who live in our community and neighboring communities, many of them in East Palo Alto itself. And one of the disappointments when we had the approval of the hospitals was there was discussion about prospectively extending the Marguerite service into East Palo Alto. And that is a really valuable lifeline that would, at a far lower cost than direct housing provision on campus for those service workers, would provide the transportation, public transportation that is just really lacking from East Palo Alto to campus. And I'll add that it benefits Palo Alto traffic mitigations as well, because if those workers are having to take single occupancy vehicles on campus, that's a big deal. And it helps Stanford because it would be one of the most cost-effective ways for them to address their no-net trips requirement. And that's been just, I think, a blind spot for years. So it has a social benefit, it has a transportation benefit, and it has a really a cost-effectiveness benefit to Stanford. And then your report references really the bicycle, let's see, page 23, I think it is. Yeah, encourage public circulation across campus to existing connections. And one of the other really urban design shortcomings that has existed for Road and Stanford West Apartments and Oak Creek Apartments, which have hundreds of school-aged children between all those different Stanford housing developments. Those children have to ride across campus, and they actually, if they're middle and high schoolers, they go all the way to South Palo Alto, Terman Middle School, or Fletcher Middle School now, and Gunn High School. And many of them are driven by their parents because there's just not adequate bike riding, especially from Sand Hill Road to the middle of campus, but really all the way out to Hanover and the Bull Park Path. There is potentially a great continuous bike route that would run parallel to El Camino, all the way from the edge of Menlo Park to the south edge of Palo Alto, serving those students. And I think that's a specific need that has existed for a long time and would benefit all parties greatly. Then I did want to also echo Councilmember Du Bois's concept on payment of in lieu taxes as something that should be looked at. Now, we do mitigate that through the municipal services obligations, and so it wouldn't be identical to some of the other universities on the East Coast that have that full program, but I do think that that's something we should be looking at. And then we have the issue of the county proposing to allow up to 30% of Stanford's new housing to be on Stanford-owned lands that are contiguous to the university. Well, some of those are in neighborhoods such as College Terrace, but predominantly that potential lies in the Stanford Research Park. And the Research Park is an area that the city has identified as a critical opportunity for housing growth to meet our housing needs for people who live here or work here who need housing in the community. And for that housing, limited housing, or that amount of housing, I should say, that could be developed in the Research Park, which is potentially significant, for much of that to be allowed to be used as essentially company housing, which is what Stanford's off-campus housing is a real loss to the community and the city of Palo Alto in terms of meeting its housing needs. It may count against our RENA allocations, but it wouldn't really address our community's real housing needs and efforts to reduce the jobs housing imbalance. And so we have deep concerns over that specific proposal. In addition, Stanford is looking at expanding biotech functions in the Research Park, which I think is overall a really positive direction for the Research Park, but it does mean that certain areas of the Research Park may be incompatible for housing. And that means that there's really a need for a comprehensive plan between primarily the city and Stanford on housing development and biotech development in the Research Park. To date, Stanford has not really engaged with the city in that comprehensive planning. And if the county is going to have any of the housing allowed in the Research Park, we would encourage the county to really push Stanford to go into that engagement. And frankly, the city has a significant underused authority over development in the Research Park. We have a maximum build out of office space that is by a prior agreement. That is one that we would have been willing to continue even while we've had our office cap elsewhere in the city. Stanford has used that judiciously, and they're to be commended for that they don't just recklessly utilize all of that. But it is not a binding by right development. At the same time, the zoning of the research park for commercial development, and the city would be potentially upzoning for housing. So it's by no means a taking. And so in the absence of Stanford really engaging with the city in a meaningful strategic plan for the research park, the city begins to be pushed in a corner of acting unilaterally. And so I just want the county to be aware of that and Stanford to be thinking about that and really come and begin this process. Lastly, you mentioned on the ADUs. Is Stanford currently in compliance with state ADU law?
Yes.
They are.
State ADU law operates almost exclusively on public agencies such as cities and counties. Stanford is a private property owner, so they are in a different category relative to ADU law, where the county is simply encouraging Stanford to consider allowing ADUs.
But on land that is county jurisdiction, not city incorporated, throughout the county, doesn't the county require ADUs to be permitted?
No. The county is required to approve ADUs if they're submitted by a property owner. But the county's position, well, again, this is getting a little technical, but
you're treating, because your interpretation, which may be correct, is you have a single property owner versus those leaseholders that are property owners.
Leaseholders. Yeah.
That's an interesting.
It's a little bit of a legal question, so I'll put it in the bucket with Councilmember Stone's.
No, I hadn't thought of that.
Bring it back with proper legal analysis for you.
That's an interesting angle on it that I hadn't been appreciating. All right, so I think that concludes my comments. Vice Mayor Koo.
I just have a few more mentions. So the Mayor Burt and we met with our neighboring cities, East Palo Alto and Menlo Park. And one of the things that was brought to our attention is about parking impacts also in Menlo Park. It appears that there's a lot of people that park on some of the streets that are closer, and then they get out their bicycles or their skateboards and they go into the campus. So, that's just for Menlo Park, but we want to make sure that even here in Palo Alto that we're not still finding that. And I think that's in the mayor's letter to the county. But I just wanted to bring up Menlo Park situation as well. So there is an issue there. Then the other thing is also, as we're looking into the Caltrain station and building it to and make it bigger, and also addressing grade separations, is that we have MacArthur's Park over there, the restaurant, which is also a historic building. So I want the county to understand that that's a historical site, and that it is also a veterans meeting hall. So we want to be sure that we keep that in mind and not destroy something that does not need to be replaced. Marguerite services, Mayor Pat Byrd had brought that up, and I think that it does need to be expanded as the population grows. And as you can see from slide 13, they're all over the place. I mean, people are not just living on campus. And I also noticed in your report that, if I can find it now, in the report, it also states there's the survey of why people live not just on campus, and there was a various number of reasons that were given. But one of them is that housing priority is given to the degree program or the program year. So if they missed out on it, then they have to find other housing. But also it's interesting, it says that housing off campus is also cheaper. So I guess they find ways to become roommates or something. But one of the reasons why I think it's also important to keep in mind housing first, as it was said in the report, is that you build housing first before you build academic space. And that's also because there are differences when you're living on campus. It does mention here in the report. I guess when they live on campus, there's no need for security deposits. And security deposits are a big chunk of it, right? So I just want to make sure that that is something that is brought forward and cognizant about. The other thing Mayor Burt also brought up is bike safety routes for the children that are going to school. They're crossing one of the big streets that the students cross is Page Mill, and it's during the morning commute times. So it will be very prudent for Stanford to be working with our Safe Route to School team in order to ensure that we do have a safe routes there. I know that they have a program with one of the companies where they use one of their pathways within Stanford Research Park, but I think that needs to be developed, and even potentially making sure that there's crossing guards that Stanford is helping pay for in order to ensure the kids are going to school safely. Besides that, thank you for being here.
And thank you. And I did, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I did locate a prior note I had on this issue of the grade separation funding. It was in July, and I don't know the exact date of the report that Planning Director Anciano and the consultants presented a report on the community plan guidelines. And it included that Stanford must contribute to major regional transportation improvements like separating Caltrain at grade separation locations. So somehow that went from that report to not something that is highlighted.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, what's the date of that report again? July?
Well, I don't have the exact date of the report, but July of 2022, I believe, was the time frame.
Thank you. I'll research that.
Okay. All right. And the time of the county supervisors meeting on the 13th is what, do you know? When this time of day that this item would come up?
The meetings generally start at 9:30 in the morning. But as we get closer to that date, we would have a time that would say this item will not be heard before time certain, 1 o'clock, or for example, just for example. But yeah, we'll get closer to that. I am getting a little real-time feedback from some of my colleagues at Stanford that they have recently amended their policy as recently as last month or October, that they now do allow ADUs. So that's something we could bring back more formally as we learn more about that.
That's good to hear.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So now we'll see if we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item. Before going to the public, I see the speaker made me think of one other issue that I would like to just bring up. And that is, question is flood protection generally thought of as a municipal service? And is it specifically a municipal service as proposed in the community plan?
It is definitely considered a governmental service, and it was definitely covered by the municipal services study as a discrete topic. We're talking about storm drainage, right?
No, flood protection.
Flood protection.
More broadly, and I can explain why if that helps.
Okay, I might need to.
Okay, so the context is really about
bring it back.
Flooding from San Francisco Creek, and whereas the flood impacts are primarily downstream of university property over almost entirely. the ability to mitigate those protections are a combination of downstream measures and a future upstream detention. And so the question is that it's to a significant degree, Stanford watershed that feeds in to San Francisco Creek. And that includes increased runoff over the many decades that we and Stanford have built out and put hardscape that increases stormwater runoff into the creek, although that's not the primary source of water into the creek, but it is a factor. So the question is that upstream detention potentially part of Stanford's obligation under municipal services?
Water issues are inherently complicated, but the one thing I am confident in telling you is that the staff from the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Agency was very involved in communicating with us during that 2018 GUP application process. And a lot of their input has been carried forward into the policies and implementation measures within the community plan, kind of setting aside the issue of, is that a municipal service? Is that this? Is it that? Just high level, the county has sort of adopted a lot of what the JPA was telling us within the legal framework that the county is operating in to try to address those serious flooding issues.
Thank you. All right, now we'll go to members of the public. Former Mayor Peter Dreckmeyer first. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Burt, and nice to see the council in action. I'm Peter Dreckmeyer. I live here in Palo Alto. I've been following Stanford issues for a long time, and I've served on the Stanford Community Resource Group that the county put together for a number of years. So I've been paying close attention to these issues. I want to acknowledge that Jeff Bradley and his team have really done a phenomenal job with this, as has the county under the leadership of our own Joe Simidian. So we're really fortunate to have good people, good thinkers working on this. And I really appreciate the conversation and questions our council has asked tonight. We're fortunate to have such an engaged council. A lot of good issues were brought up along the line of property taxes. I hope we pay special consideration to funding for the Palo Alto Unified School District so that some people aren't picking up the costs of others in the district. Regarding the water issue that Vice Mayor Koo brought up, Stanford does have a couple of reservoirs in the San Francisco Creek watershed. That water is used for landscape irrigation, so it doesn't really have an impact on the creek. But as Mayor Burt pointed out, impervious surfaces do. That water does run off into the creek and adds to the volume downstream. So I think that connection about upstream detention is really important. We are replacing bridges and doing other work downstream, but in really high flows, it'd be great if we could capture some of that extra water and hold it until the storm subsides. San Francisco or Searsville Dam is one opportunity, also a detention basin, as mentioned. And it sounds like Stanford is cooperating more on those issues, which I'm really happy to hear. Also want to acknowledge that Stanford is a national leader in transportation demand management. And this community plan update does give them credit for helping alleviate traffic in neighboring communities. So suggestions about expanding the Marguerite could fit really nicely into this. And I think Stanford would be eager to invest less in projects that deliver greater results than picking up the low-hanging fruit on campus. So a lot of opportunities here, a lot of great leadership, and I appreciate your involvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next and final speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. And although I was recently elected as director of the board at the Santa Clara Valley Water District, I am speaking for myself and not for the water district. I really appreciate this presentation. It was really helpful. I also very much appreciate the strong advocacy, done by our city council. I have a couple of questions that I recognize are not going to be answered tonight, but just kind of putting them out there. The first is, it would have been very helpful to actually have received a response to that letter written by the mayor. Although I don't necessarily agree with every single thing in it, I was very, very happy to see the mention of the Marguerite in particular. Palo Alto has been without a system of public transit since the beginning of the pandemic, when the city council cut the previous electric powered shuttles, which has been a real hardship for many people in our community, especially those with transportation challenges, mobility issues, such as school children and seniors. What's very clear about Stanford's continued growth, which maybe is necessary, maybe is not, but we have to live with it regardless. But what's a very clear consequence is the impact on single occupancy car usage, which not only is harmful to our quality of life, to our ability to get around, and has a direct negative impact on the safety, especially for the same mobility challenged groups of people, children and seniors. But it also, through all this burning of fossil fuels, takes us, continues to exacerbate the climate change that we're all experiencing. It is just eminently, obviously true that Stanford has an obligation, whether it's legal, ethical, moral, who knows, practical, but Stanford has an obligation to increase public transit, to take cars off the road. I also like the idea of Stanford paying for bike bridges, pedestrian bridges, also to help with that. Stanford saves a ton of money, billions of dollars, as Vice Mayor Krug pointed out, through the tax loophole that allows it to avoid paying taxes, even though it's profitable and huge. We deserve some of that in mitigations. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments. And I'll just add that I did locate that staff report to the supervisors. It was on July 14th on page 5 under E. It says, add a policy to acknowledge that a future GUP application may trigger or require a fair share contribution for major regional improvements, including but not limited to Caltrain at-grade crossings. So the reference there is upon the GUP as opposed to the community plan. All right, this has been very helpful, and thank you again for joining us this evening, and we look forward to real substantive ongoing dialogue on the tri-party agreement and the community plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, on that note, we will now go to our closed session item, which earlier we heard from members of the public, but we're going to reopen an opportunity for members of the public to speak because we went out of order to help accommodate union representatives who were here. Do we have any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Closed session on labor negotiations, item number 1.
No, Mr. Mayor, there are no requests to speak.
Okay, so I will now entertain a motion to go into closed session. So moved. Motion by Councilmember Philseth. I'll second it. Any discussion? I see none. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Philseth?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Ku?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, so the council will now go into closed session on labor negotiations. We anticipate approximately an hour and a half, and that's our best guess. Thank you. All right. At this time, the council is returning from closed session and we have no reportable items. So our next item is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. It was noted in the revised agenda that item number 10 has been continued to a future date, which was the update on the sustainability and climate action plan. And we have no other changes, additions, or deletions. So now we go to public comment from members of the public who wish to speak on items that are not otherwise on the agenda. And I see we have at least one speaker, Ronnie Fisher, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Burt and council members. My name is Ronnie Fisher, and I am the Environmental Advocacy Assistant for the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. We urge you to uphold the Parks and Recreation Commission recommendations to prohibit all electric bicycles on unpaved trails in Palo Alto's nature preserves. E-bikes and other assisted mobility devices increase environmental harm in ways that may not be obvious to humans. In November of 2021, Palo Alto held a workshop called Balancing Public Access and Habitat Enhancement at the Palo Alto Horizontal Levee Pilot Project. Dr. Lynn Krug, one of the speakers, reviewed her research on the relationship between activity on bayside trails and the behavior of migratory birds, including endangered species. For example, the endangered snowy plovers are flushed and fly away from their nests when they perceive a threat. This subjects them and their eggs and their young to predation and overexposure to the sun's heat. She also showed that faster moving objects such as e-bikes are more threatening to birds than slower threats such as pedestrians. The Mid-Peninsula Open Space District, recognizing that people rarely grasp the harm they inflict on nature, especially endangered species, chose to close almost all of their unimproved trails to e-bikes. Audubon supported this decision. We strongly believe that e-bikes disturb wildlife directly due to sound and speed, and because of the overall increase in activity on trails that pass through important habitat and ecosystems. Further, many of our senior members cannot safely share the trails with assisted mobility devices and e-bikes. The Parks and Recreation Committee recommendations allow commuting on e-bikes and assisted mobility devices to traverse the Palo Alto Baylands from East Palo Alto and Mountain View. But Palo Alto nature preserves should prioritize and preserve nature. Please prohibit electronic bikes and assisted mobility devices on all unpaved trails of the Baylands and provide opportunities for ecologically sensitive public enjoyment and education. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Antonio Mignon. Welcome. Excuse me, Antonia.
Hi, my name is Antonia Mignon, and I'm a junior at Gunn and a member of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. Over the past few months, initiatives like the heat pump program being passed and the 3-year work plan being developed by staff have helped Palo Alto's progress with our SCAP goals. But we have a long way to go until we achieve 80 by 30. With almost 7 years before 2030, we still have a lot to accomplish. Specifically, we need to continue electrifying appliances and vehicles. After the presentations to council given in October about the heat water heat pump proposal, alongside the information presented at the recent climate summit organized by Mayor Pat Burt, the environmental and health benefits of electric appliances have been proven. Electrifying furnaces, dryers, stovetops, and heaters in single-family homes and apartments. In this journey of electrification, it is important that renters are included in these solutions and paths forward. Renters also deserve to live in homes with clean air, which is why I urge the Council to start an initiative that will install electric appliances into existing Palo Alto apartments. While beginning with single-family homes is a great way to make impacts and emission reductions fast, we must ensure no one is left behind in the eventual transition away from gas. Secondly, we need to continue prioritizing the electrification of vehicles in Palo Alto. Cities like San Diego have introduced driving fees for gas cars in order to curb use and raise money for other climate initiatives. The result of local initiatives like this include less air pollution and better quality of life. A more feasible solution for Palo Alto and a great place to start is education. By educating residents on the benefits and long-term savings of electric vehicles and urging them to switch, we can speed up the transition from gas cars. Especially as economic benefits like tax credits and rebates become available from the Inflation Reduction Act, it is important that the city makes sure that residents are aware of these exciting opportunities and incentives. With all that being said, let's keep this momentum going, especially with the new council members joining in January. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So that concludes our public comments, and we will now move on to the consent calendar. Councilmember Cormack.
I'd like to register a no vote on item 2, please.
On item 2, you say?
Yes.
Thanks. Okay. Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 3 and 5.
And Councilmember Du Bois.
No on item 2.
Okay. Do I have members of the public who wish to speak on the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor, there are no requests to speak.
All right, thank you. So entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
And I will second, and we will vote on it with Council members Cormack and Du Bois voting no on 2, and Councilmember Tanaka voting no on 3 and 5. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois?
Yes.
Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa?
Yes.
And Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Okay. Council members Cormack, first Councilmember Cormack, did you want to speak to your no?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois, do you want to speak to your no on 2?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka, did you want to speak to your no on 3 and 5?
Sure. So number 3 is just consistent to my prior vote. Number 5, I am, of course, okay with accepting state funds, but I think in terms of tasers, there should be more discussion. There's been a lot of discussion in the community, and I think it's something that would be beneficial before we move forward on this.
Thank you. So that concludes our consent calendar, and we're almost back on schedule miraculously. So next item is city manager comments. Mr. Shikata.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, if I could get the assistance from the city clerk with a few slides. Thank you. Let's go to the next slide. All right, oops, no problem. Okay, as far as our COVID update, we do have a bit of information I think important to spend a moment discussing here. What you see on this slide is the most recent wastewater monitoring data, which if you can see, the green line represents the Palo Alto Regional Water Quality Control Plant. And what this indicates is a spike really in terms of the level of COVID presence in our wastewater stream. As it happens, the County of Santa Clara issued a media alert this afternoon and believe that they will be talking tomorrow specifically about this issue, and a recognition that the COVID presence levels currently in the community, as shown here, rival last year's surge or spike, however you want to refer to it, during the flu season. Obviously, and I'm sure anecdotally, folks are experiencing the same as I've seen, lots of folks out sick right now. And so certainly an issue that we want to bring to the community's attention. The recommendations from the county health department for vaccination, certainly an important time to point that out. I believe there's a statistics I saw on the media alert today that only 25% of the county population have taken advantage of the bivalent booster. And as such, really important time to renew our attention to health practices, and especially as we are in the holiday event season, to certainly take all steps to keep yourselves as well as other community members safe. Next slide, please. Also, another form of safety, acknowledging the holiday season, holiday shopping season, as well as some recent high visibility issues of concern around whether it be thefts or other issues of concern on community safety. Would like to note, as I'm sure everyone is aware, that Palo Alto remains an extremely safe community. And that said, it's important for us to continue to be vigilant and to continue to take steps to ensure safety for the community as well as for individuals. One invitation for community members is our Uplift Local program, which is promoting a number of offers from local merchants, both retail, restaurant, and experiences, and certainly would invite community members to take a look at that. That said, also want to, again, building on the recognition of how we do have a very safe community, invite community members to shop in person at our shopping districts throughout town. And I suspect you will note some increased visibility by our Palo Alto Police Department. We have, in fact, increased both staffing levels, while always a work in progress, but also authorized additional overtime for use during this holiday season. And so while recognizing our department remains a bit stretched in terms of its staffing levels, it is nonetheless important, and appreciate the work by our police department in order to maximize their visibility around town. That said, important to also point out our individual options and responsibility to avoid being an attractive target by not leaving purchases in vehicles, as well as a number of personal safety steps here on how we are in public spaces, including if any community member is feeling uncomfortable, to go into a nearby store and ask them to call the police. Next slide, please. And a third dimension to safety, it is the holiday season, and our fire department has asked us to really remind community members of steps that we can all take to avoid calling on their services if unnecessary. Would note that, again, as noted here, house fires in the winter account for 30% of all fire deaths and 23% of fire injuries. And we have had local incidents, especially related to electrical overloading, such that it's important for us to pay attention to these issues, again, both in our own homes as well as with our loved ones. So here is an address to get more information. It's the bit.ly/PAFD Holiday Fire Safety with tips on a number of areas, including cooking, how to put out a small fire, smoke alarms, and how to have candlelight without actual flame. All right, next slide, please. And with that, looking forward to a few community events that are upcoming here from our Community Services Department. Plug for our Children's Theater, Nutcracker, which will be running until the 18th of December. Also, holiday decorating contests and toy drive, all of which are flagged in our on our city homepage under calendar, and some real opportunities for community members to participate both in decorating their own home as well as helping others in need. Next slide, please. Then also coming up over the next couple of weeks, want to note, and hopefully community members have heard about this through other means as well, Caltrain, both directly related to its electrification project as well as other work here in town. A couple of areas to note, the repair work happening at the Caltrain Railroad Bridge over Oregon Expressway coming up over the next several nights, as well as the electrification work happening at the Alma Avenue train crossing in, again, next several dates upcoming with some potential for several minute closures when needed related to electrification testing, and that the Caltrain website has also been updated with some specific contacts should any issues arise. All of that information provided on our homepage under news. Next slide, please. And then upcoming, we've got our Palo Alto fiber project. The City Council will be discussing that actually in the next 2 weeks. And we've got some additional information here on our homepage. Next slide, please. And finally, coming back to the upcoming items, next week, the City Council will be discussing some changes to our ordinance related to accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, response to the grand jury related to ballot measures, and a colleague's memo related to short-term rentals. On the 19th, which is your last City Council meeting for this calendar year, as noted just a moment ago, fiber to the premises, follow-up report, and pending review and recommendation from the Policy and Services Committee, update to the Procedures and Protocols Handbook. And then as we move into January, noting that there will be no meeting on January 2nd or January 16th in observance of holidays, that on January 9th, the City Council will have your reorganization meeting, selection of the mayor and vice mayor. Then your next business meeting being on the 23rd, where you'll be discussing the long-range financial forecast. And then I believe now this is set the January 28th, Saturday, City Council retreat and priority setting session. And that covers my information for this evening. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So we'll now move on to action item number 8, which is approval of a construction contract with Anderson Pacific Engineering Construction in the total amount of $161 million, plus an approval of amendments to the existing agreements with Stanford University, East Palo Alto Sanitary District, Mountain View, and Los Altos, etc. Director Eggleston, welcome.
Hello and good evening, Mayor Burt and City Council members. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. I'm here for this item tonight with Jamie Allen to my right, our plant manager, and also in the stands here, Karin North, Assistant Director of Public Works, and Tom Kapuscinski, our senior engineer working on the project. So we're here tonight with the recommended actions to get underway with the most significant really of the projects to rebuild the wastewater treatment plant that we've been working on. And this secondary treatment upgrades project was first identified as part of the long-range facilities plan in 2012. It's been part. I think we've been working on it with multiple approvals of design and program management contracts by City Council along the way. Now, typically, capital projects like this would come to you on your consent calendar. But as you've no doubt noticed, at $193 million, this is a very large total project. And so because of that, we first brought it to Finance Committee for their review, where it received a unanimous recommendation to the City Council. And we also wanted to take the opportunity to bring it as an action item here with you so that you could hear a little more about it and get a chance to ask some questions before we hopefully get those approvals. So with that introduction, I'm going to turn it over to Plant Manager Jamie Allen, who will give the staff presentation.
Good evening, Council. Jamie Allen, Public Works. Next slide. You'll be approving a construction contract, 3 partner agreements, amendments to 2 contracts with consultants to implement the project, approval of a resolution to increase the state revolving fund loan financing amount, approval of a fiscal year 23 budget appropriation for the correct project budget, and approval of exception to the debt policy for the wastewater treatment enterprise fund. Next slide, please. The treatment plant is in a constrained 25 acres out in the Baylands, surrounded by the airport and Bixby Park. Next slide, please. The secondary treatment system will be retiring the 2 tall fixed film reactors and doing more intense process in the aeration tanks that you see there, where trillions of microorganisms are breaking down various pollutants. Next slide, please. The primary driver for the project is aging infrastructure that's 40 to 50 years old. You can see some examples there. The equipment's at or beyond its useful life. Next slide, please. A secondary driver is removal of nitrogen, which is considered a nutrient in the San Francisco Bay. The 38 treatment plants that line the bay all contribute about 2/3 of the nitrogen in the bay. Next slide, please. 4.5% of the nitrogen in the bay is contributed by Palo Alto, and this project will work to reduce that nitrogen. Next slide, please. The project's going to remove approximately 78% of the nitrogen from the Palo Alto plant, and there's other ancillary benefits to water quality, but we want to focus on the primary water quality improvement of reducing the nitrogen. Next slide. This is an aerial view of the tanks where we'll be installing lift stations, new industrial blowers at 500 horsepower each, equipment room upgrades, diesel generator, new air diffusers, pipe racks, membranes, power distribution equipment, sludge pump stations, and various site work. Next slide. As Brad mentioned, we began advanced planning about 10 years ago. We began project planning about 6 years ago, started 4 years ago, and we finished earlier this year. Next slide. We received bids on October 6th, and we met with the Finance Committee last month. The committee unanimously recommended approval of this project. And upon your approval tonight, we would begin construction early next year and complete construction 58 months later. It's a very complex project going from tank to tank, so we need the longer construction duration. And then after a year after substantial completion, we would have our first debt payment to the state of California in November 2028. Next slide. We received 3 bids. The lowest bid was just under $162 million from Anderson Pacific Engineering Construction, and we're very pleased with the very tight bid spread of 3.5%, showing a very clear understanding of the contract documents from the 3 companies that bid on the project. Next slide, please. This slide shows a summary of the total cost. The bulk of the work is in the construction contract with Anderson Pacific. And then there's 3 other contracts with consultants to implement the project, including program management, construction management and inspection, and then the design work. Next slide, please. The project financing is from the state of California at a fixed interest rate loan of 0.8%. It's the lowest interest rate the state has given out in the last 12 years, so we're really excited about that. We're glad that we don't have to execute the loan contract at the current time, which has an interest rate of 2.1%, or have to go to the private market to get a utility revenue bond, which is currently at 4.5%. So that's a real positive for the project. Next slide, please. Another thing, you approved a debt policy about 5 years ago, and it set a debt limit of 15% of annual expenditures. Into the debt policy. Next slide, please. The wastewater treatment fund has typically had 4 to 9% of its annual operating expenses as debt. But with our larger capital program in the fiscal year 29, it's approximately 30% of our annual operating budget. Given that most of our debt that we're carrying is state low interest loans, of that in the orange bar there, 80% is principal and about 20% we expect to be interest. So overall, our annual operating budget will be carrying about 6% in interest and the rest principal and other operating expenses. And so we think this is a good reason for exceeding the debt policy of 15%, which was put in place to give you a chance to consider and pause and think about the level of debt you're carrying. Next slide, please. All of our partners have unanimously approved amendments to their partner agreements to pay for this project. You see the fixed capacity shares here for everybody to pay their portion of the debt. Next slide, please. One minor issue is the cash flow during construction. The state loan is not a line of credit, and the state can be slow in reimbursing the invoices that the contractor submits, and while we are waiting for reimbursement, the cash flow balance of the wastewater treatment fund can go negative during portions of the project. And so we are looking at options to mitigate the issue. And if necessary, we'll return to Council and Finance Committee with options that need your approval. We think we can be able to mitigate this, but we just wanted you to be aware of it. Next slide, please. This is again the summary of what you'll be approving, and that's the end of my presentation, and I'm going to turn it to you for questions, comments, and discussion.
Thank you. So before going to the council, let's see if we have members of the public who wish to speak on this item.
Mr. Mayor, there are no requests to speak.
Thank you. Colleagues, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you so much, Mayor Burt. Mr. Allen, welcome. My colleague, Councilmember Phil Seth, always says that really—
I'm sorry, Councilmember Cormack, the clerk is indicating we may have one member of the public who wishes to speak after all.
Sorry, I think we closed it too soon. Is it okay if we open it?
Let's go ahead and allow that member to speak.
Thank you so much.
Do we have a last name? Okay. Our speaker is Lynn Chiapella. Welcome.
Thank you. Having trouble unmuting. I have a couple of questions. Is there in these contracts, are they limited to the amount that you're talking about tonight, or is there a 10% or some percentage where they may exceed the contract? And secondly, has anyone worked out what the rate increase to the public, to our utility users will be? Those are my two questions. The rate increase to us, the public, the users of the utilities, and then the whether they can exceed the contract by a certain percentage. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now return to the council. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you again, Mayor Burt. Okay, Mr. Allen, still welcome. Councilmember Phil Seth often says that our job here as council members in the city is to do all the things people don't want to do, and utilities is one of those. And definitely running the sewage treatment plant is at the top of the list of things where everyone's just glad happens. So let me just take a moment in public to say thank you to you and everyone on your team, because most people just want to flush the toilet and move on. And it's incredibly important. It's the first public health program that ever existed on the planet. And it's just been increasingly important. And it's been 10 years to get to tonight. So really happy to be here. So let me just start with the things that look great interest rate. So well done on that. Thanks for walking us through what the cash flow issues will be potentially in the future, so we can the different kinds of things really help people understand the magnitude of this. So 2 questions really, and then 1 suggestion. So 58 months of a construction timeline. Would you say this is realistic or optimistic, or like, just help us understand, like, is that if everything goes really well, or is that like we've built in enough time for things to go wrong with 58 months of construction?
The engineer, Brown and Caldwell, that designed it continued to give us longer and longer construction durations as we went through the design because of the complexity. It is a 24/7 operation, and we need, of the 4 aeration tanks that we're reconfiguring, we need 1 out of service and the other 3 in service to keep treating what we are receiving. So there's not a lot of staging area. It's not like a clean site. So that added more time to the work. So I think it's reasonable to do 1 tank a year. Of course, we'll work to see if we can do it quicker, but it's realistic.
Okay, realistic. Good answer. I like it. And then the member of the public had the same question I had, and perhaps this was covered at finance. Do you have a ballpark impact on rates? And would you expect that that would occur in FY29 when we need to start making payments, or do you anticipate just a ballpark would be really helpful? So, because it's a big decision.
The Utilities Department brought to Finance Committee, which some of you remember that may have been there, the different rate scenarios, different alternatives.
And did you have backup slides so we can see that?
No, I don't have that because, okay. But they have different alternatives with a higher rate increase to also not just this project, but other projects, including their own capital improvement projects to do more sewer rehabilitation, as well as the wastewater treatment expenses.
Okay, collection as well as treatment.
Collection and treatment. So, and they, for all projects, not just this project, I don't have a number just for this project, but it was anywhere from $2 to $4 a month increase for a single family residential.
Okay, $2 to $4 a month per family.
In the coming years, and in fiscal year 29, this would be, they're preparing for this project, so there's not a 24% increase
right
in fiscal year 29. It spreads it out using reserves. So there's not a single year increase for this project. It's kind of built up to it.
Okay. That's just really helpful. This was an excellent staff report. I think that was a logical question everyone would have had that perhaps could have been included. And, the statement that I want to make that wasn't captured in the staff report is that other places, you showed the map of the other wastewater treatment plants, many of them have already begun their upgrades, which are required. And so their rates have already increased. So that'll just be important when we go forward. Okay. And then just the final thing I wanted to hear a little bit about is the staff time of our own staff that it's going to take to oversee this project. Partnering closely with Carrillo. Can you just give us all a little assurance that you're going to ask for the staff you need, or carve out time for those of you who are going to continue this important work?
Well, I would say we do have a limited capital project team at the wastewater treatment plant. We've talked in the past, I think, including some conversations with the finance committee. You may have been present, that Woodard and Curran, our program management firm, helps to augment staff. I will say at the same time, we are seeing that it's difficult to keep up with these projects and some of the regular smaller scale capital maintenance at the plant. And we're having discussions about additional staff resources that may be needed.
Let me just encourage you. You and I remember this with the library, and that was a lot simpler, I think, than trying to do this to ask up front. And let's get the people, person or people you need to manage this, because it's important. And thank you to staff for thinking to bring it to finance first and then to council. Again, this is super important and not very glamorous, and that's exactly the kind of work we do here.
Work on this. A few questions for you. Just out of curiosity, where does the nitrogen go? So what's this process? So where, like, so you're taking a lot of nitrogen out of the water, but where does it go?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Yeah, where
repeat
does the
your question?
nitrogen go?
Oh, the nitrogen, I don't know how much in the weeds you want to get, but it goes from urea to ammonia to nitrate. And then currently we don't treat the nitrate. It goes all to the bay.
Yeah. So
and then out in the bay, it's converted to nitrogen gas. Some of it goes to nitrous oxide.
Sure.
In the treatment plant, we will be bringing that into the plant and doing the conversion to nitrogen gas inside these tanks.
I see. Okay.
And there'll be some bit that goes out to the bay still as nitrate.
Okay, I was wondering if we could turn to fertilizer or something, but it sounds like it just turns into air basically.
Yeah, with 78% of the air we're breathing is nitrogen.
Yeah,
so it's
okay. No, that's fine.
They call it nitrification, denitrification.
Sure, that's fine. Good question. Okay. The second thing is I'm looking at slide 17, and maybe you guys could bring it up as I ask my question. So, from what I understand, the total. Okay, so the total cost, right? So there's a cost of the procurement of all the services, there's all the debt cost, there's all the cost of the pensions for the people working on this project, the people, the recruiting cost, all of that is captured by this annual repayment, is that right?
This captures all the consultant and contractor cost, but it does not capture staff cost. Staff cost or an operating costs that are billed every year based on what they are for that year.
Okay, so that gets divvied up among the different cities.
Correct.
Okay, but this is just the outside cost. All the other people costs are captured in operating cost.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so I'm looking at packet page 225, which is showing the partner's contribution share of wastewater operating budget. And I noticed that Palo Alto goes from a high of like 40% all the way down to 32% in 2022.
Correct.
Okay. And can you explain why that is?
Oh, Brad, go ahead.
Well, the main factor is that our flow has decreased. This is not entirely based on flow, but the overwhelming majority is. So the flow has decreased from about 6.9 MGD in 2019 to about 5 MGD in 2022.
And that's what I would expect. Actually, can someone put the slide back up of slide 17, please? Whoever controls the screen here. So yeah, and that's my point exactly, right? So right now we're at 32%, 32.37%. And the number I see here on the screen is 38.16%. And I realize that this is a fixed capacity share of capital, right? That's where this comes from. But now while Palo Alto has remained relatively the same size, surrounding cities have not, right? So Mountain View goes from a low of 35% all the way up to 40%, right? So they've grown quite a bit. East Palo Alto has as well. The surrounding cities have really grown, but Palo Alto really has not grown that much. And so that's our share is decreasing. And so when I look at this, right, and I look at the percentage that we're paying, and these are big numbers, right? It's $190 million here. This delta between 32% and 38% is quite a bit. That's a 6% spread there. If you do the math, you're talking about millions and millions of dollars. So I guess how do we ameliorate the fact that our share of the wastewater has been decreasing mainly because we've been staying the same size while other cities have been growing? How do we justify continuing to pay the same amount while other cities should be paying more?
Well, I'm not sure that it's quite so simple. We had some discussion about this with the Finance Committee review as well, which is why we included some of this information for council to review. I was taking a look at it, and as I just mentioned, our flow has gone down from about 6.9 before the pandemic to 5. I think we can assume that some of that is going to come back. I just did the little exercise today of saying, what if that 1.9 that we had decreased since 2019 was present in 2019? If our flow went up by that much, we would be at 40%.
So the reality is that we're at 32%. The reality is that our flow is a lot less relative to others.
This year it is, yes.
This year it is, yeah. And I think, if you look at all the housing that other cities have been building around us, and we really haven't, I think that's going to continue, right? And our city has also suffered from the fact that a lot of people are working from home, right? So our city used to double pretty reliably every day, and that doesn't happen anymore because people largely work from home these days. And so I don't see this trend reversing, and so it just doesn't seem fair that we're paying such a higher share of the cost here versus, it's not lining up to the usage, right?
Yeah, the other part of my answer that I didn't get to is that we are planning. Basically, there's a lot of work that would go into being able to change this in these agreements. All the partners would have to agree to it. And frankly, even though we can look at these numbers right now and say, well, this shows in 2022 that we're here,
yeah,
we don't have updated information about what we expect in the longer term. And we are planning to do an update to our long range facilities plan that's going to look out and really project what we think we need, and hopefully look at where other communities are at as well.
Yeah, but see,
that process may eventually lead to more discussions about these percentages.
The problem here, though, is, and it looks like it's only, we're talking about 32 versus 38%, but that's 6% on 190 million. That's almost 11 to 12 million dollars. So it's unfortunately, it's a lot of money we're talking about here. And so I find it hard to justify not trying to renegotiate this, because this is a big impact to our bottom line, because this is making us pay more. This is paying us kind of at our heyday when we were, a relatively large city compared to other people. And now that we've are seeing the same size, in fact, somewhat shrinking because our daytime population is not increasing, why should we not go out and renegotiate and try to get a lower share of the cost to reflect our lower usage?
Oh, well, I just think it's a longer term process.
But why should we be on the hook for this, though?
You're talking about numbers from 2022. Just going back a couple of years ago, these numbers were dramatically
I know,
different.
but we're looking at some systemic changes in Palo Alto, right? This is not, it'd be great if it all comes back, but I don't know anyone that's gone back full time. People at best are going hybrid, and some people aren't going back at all. We're looking at some of the highest commercial vacancy rates ever in our city. If you look at our research park, you look at our downtown, look at our retail, right? I mean, I don't see any turnaround coming soon.
Well, just perhaps to comment on that, points well taken, Councilmember Tanaka. I think it's the director has pointed out, it's practically at this point, given the lead times required to get to this point in a project of this magnitude, renegotiation is really not feasible.
Well, I don't think the answer should be it's too bad, because we're talking about $190 million. I think now's the time. If we move forward without renegotiating, who's going to say, oh yeah, sure, we'll pay extra $11 million. Who's going to do that? We should do it now, not later. How are you going to do it later?
Again, these are existing agreements, and as such, if we were to just to play out the scenario, to renegotiate would effectively need to rebid, which would require us to lose. Please let me finish, Councilmember. It would have us lose the time necessary to redo the entire procurement process with any well, quite frankly, with very little expectation that the partners have an incentive to reach that agreement. So it's really, again, a practical limitation that we're up against at this point, recognizing that we have bids in hand, we're ready to proceed. This is a multi-year effort that has gotten us to this point, and unfortunately, quite frankly, very limited options that would likely result in any financial benefit.
So I'm not saying rebid, I'm saying go back and talk to our partner cities. And, you know, we're not asking for something unreasonable. We're just asking them to pay their fair share. That's all we're doing, right? We're not saying we want to pay less than our fair share. We already have the bids. There's about, you know, a handful of cities here for us to contact. And I think most people would be reasonable. Like, yeah, this should reflect the same thing as the operating cost. Why should we, as a smaller city, pay a lot more than we were? It doesn't make sense. And so I don't see what you're talking about. Well, why have to rebid everything? We just simply see what people say. And most cities, I think, would be reasonable. I don't think people want to stick with this bill that we don't deserve. Most people know that Palo Alto has not grown the same size as all the other cities. I mean, most people know about our commercial vacancy rate. That's not a secret. So I, for one, would like to see us renegotiate with our partner cities before moving forward, because this is a ton of money. You know, 11 plus almost $12 million. That's all I have.
Vice Mayor Koo.
These contracts that you have, haven't they already been voted by our partner cities?
Yes, they have.
Yeah, so it's gone before their council also already.
They had all approved them at the earlier amount, and then when the bids came in higher, they very quickly went back and were able to approve amended amounts.
Okay, thank you so much.
So just following up on Councilmember Tanaka's questions, we have a bid that we want to go forward on. We have a project that is in many ways overdue, and it's really, I think, good that we're going forward. We do have, and I don't know if the staff has the slides, but I think we reviewed them in Finance Committee, the comparison of our residential and non-residential rates versus other cities that are on packet page 226 and 227, where we're currently at 28% below comparison cities of Menlo Park, Redwood City, Santa Clara, Mountain View, Los Altos, and Hayward. And if we compare, that Mountain View and Los Altos are the same treatment plant and in the same ballpark, then we're even a greater percentage lower than Menlo Park, Redwood City, and Hayward. And I think Hayward was that one of the plants that also is going through a rebuild, or no? What are the other two that in the area?
I'm not familiar with them doing anything.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. So in that sense, all of our partners in the plant have been having very competitive rates and really benefiting from a plant that is its capital equipment has been pretty fully amortized. I will ask a question though, in terms of some of the benefits when you have equipment that's past its anticipated useful life, to what degree are we seeing maintenance costs higher as a result of stretching out the life of the equipment?
I don't have any exact empirical numbers, but you can't buy this equipment when it's 50 years old, like old electrical gear. No one's making it. They're not making spare parts. You're lucky to get a refurbished circuit breaker, 600 amp circuit breaker motor. It wears out.
So that sounds like operational risks that from spare parts.
Right,
being-
and long lead times to get, like if a redundant unit goes out, then you're running without a standby and you're waiting, say, with the long lead times now, it's even worse with this really old equipment.
So those are operational risks. Are there also costs that go into?
The costs are higher for the older stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then if there were some, well, first, Director Eggleston, I think you were alluding to prospective future rate sharing reevaluation. Is that correct?
Well, I was alluding to an update to our long-range plan, the long-range capital plan. And when we last did that, we did 50-year forecasts of demand for capacity. So presumably as part of that planning exercise, we would update those figures. We might see if coming further out of the pandemic, what changes we see in these kind of short-term. Ultimately go back to the partners if we decided it was advantageous to try to renegotiate.
So if we saw these trends were looking like they're longer term, shifting the ratio or the proportionate share of the influent, what time frame would we perhaps be able to attempt to renegotiate with those partners their fair share?
I don't have a schedule yet for that work. The long range facility plan update, we really just started talking about doing that. It's probably on the order of 2 years out to really get underway with that work.
Okay.
Especially given these other capital projects that are tying staff up.
Okay. And then a member of the public had asked about whether we have a 10% overage, and the staff report on recommendation number 2 includes that takes us up to a not to exceed of 178 million. So the bid amount is 161 million plus, and the authorization is 178. And then on item 6, there's a reasonably expected maximum principal amount of 193 million, including the design. So could you just refresh us on what the 193 includes beyond the bid amount plus the 10% over 10%
amount?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
slide 13.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we could bring that up. The 193 essentially includes all of these costs.
Right.
So it includes the construction contract. It assumes that we would need to use that full 10% construction contingency, which of course is not a given. It includes the design contract. It includes the design consultant's construction administration assistance. It includes the construction management contract with Carollo, and it includes the cost both during the design process and in construction for our program management consultant, Woodard & Curran.
Okay, thank you.
Did I leave anything off there, Jamie?
Yeah. Sorry. And then lastly, you mentioned that it's a very constrained area. And the whole concept of rebuilding a plant while you're fully operating it, I can really appreciate is extremely challenging. We have the adjacent, what's currently 10 acres that was designated for future environmental technologies. If there were 5 of those acres that were available for to help in the construction period, and then eventually toward an environmental technology, whether it's advanced recycling or other technology, would that benefit the timeline for achieving this and the efficiency of performing this rebuild?
I'm not sure that it would impact the timeline of this particular project to have a more staging area than we currently do. It certainly might help with efficiency of having staging area, and probably could be helpful also as we thought about other projects coming forward, some of which will be occurring at the same time as this project and others are still continuing.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, did you have something on follow-up?
I did, thank you. So, if I calculate this right now, we're paying about almost $2.8 million a year.
Oh.
And so this would be basically about $400,000 extra paying per year without a renegotiation. How many years is this debt to be paid over?
It's over 30 years, but the debt service payments actually don't begin until I believe 2028.
Okay, so 30 years. So 30 years times $400,000, right? That's a lot of money, right? That's millions and millions of dollars, $11 to $12 million. And do we factor in the land, the value of the land, because it's on Palo Alto land, right? It's city property that we're hosting on, right? We're not getting rent for that, are we? Are we getting market rent?
The wastewater treatment fund paid for all the property and the partners paid their share of the property to buy it. So it's owned by the city of Palo Alto.
But do we get market rent for that land?
No,
okay.
There's no rent.
So that's another issue, right? I mean, theoretically, we should be charging market rent and our partners market rent for this.
Well, I think Jamie just said that the partners paid their share of purchasing the land originally when the plan was built.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. And I guess, I've heard this before, but I said it before, but I'll say it again. People say that, oh, we have much lower utilities rates than our neighbors. And I think that's a fallacy because it's very much the same as comparing owning a house versus renting a house. If you own the house, and the house is paid off, like our utilities are paid off, the monthly rent, so to speak, for the house is much less. It's just maintenance costs for that house. Versus if you're renting, you actually have to pay someone rent, the landlord the rent, and thus the rates are a lot higher. So when we look at our utilities, when we own our utilities, to say that we have much lower utility rates versus our neighbors is the same thing as saying, well, gee, someone that owns a house pays less rent than someone that rents a house. Of course they do, right? So I think that's not quite the right way to look at it. Second of all, those rates don't include this extra charge that we're going to be looking at here. And so what I think we should do here is we should go back to our partners. I think the bid's fine. So I looked at the bid, and I think you guys did a good job on that. So I don't have anything. I don't contest that or any of the other. I think that was solid. It's higher than I wanted, but it looks pretty good. So you guys did a good job on that. But I can't see why don't we, rather than have to come with a complex forecasting of like this is how much our flow rate's going to be. Why don't we just do what we do with the operating budget, and the amount of capital charge that we pay just changes according to what our usage is. So if our usage bumps back up to like 40% like it used to be in our heyday, okay, then we pay 40%. But if it is like it is now where Mountain View is booming and we're not, then we pay 32%, right? So why not just make the capital expenditures aligned with like the operating budget? So make it the same way. So there's no debate as to is this fair among everyone, right? Everyone just pays their fair share rather than we pay this artificially high rate that we're paying right now.
Well, it's a conversation we could have. I think there were considerations when the structure of different structures for paying for capital costs of actually building things versus the operating costs based on flow when these agreements were first put together. We tend to talk about these capital costs as percentages, and they are percentages. But what it really is about is that Palo Alto, through that percentage, has reserved about, I think it's 15 million gallons per day of the treatment plant's capacity. And so one way to think about it is, would you want to pay a certain amount towards building something that has a very long life? And then if your flow changes over time, you could essentially be paying more for that or less for that. I think there are reasons why there were these different structures of operating costs based on flow and costs of actually building the plant based on the capacities that the communities wanted to reserve in that equipment.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion. My motion is that we go forward with the staff recommendation. And we also ask staff to renegotiate with our partner cities on the amount of capital payments that are being paid.
I don't see a second.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just curious, what is the lifetime?
Mechanical equipment typically lasts, and electrical equipment, 30 years, and structural equipment can go 50 years. We're going to be reusing the concrete, but recoating it.
Okay. So, and I think Brad kind of started to head this way, where again, this is a long-term investment for potentially some very long-lasting equipment. And then the interest rate, is the interest rate we're paying still at the 0.8% for the project?
Correct.
Okay. And, you know, I'm not suggesting we do this, but would that rate be at risk if we were just to disturb the project in some way? Does that rate change over time?
If there's a long delay, the state would re-execute the contract, do a new credit review, and you could lose that interest rate. For a rebid situation, I think they would probably hold the interest rate, but we'd have to confirm.
Okay. And then we're not going to start construction for a few years, but
no, we're going to start construction in January. There'll be a lot of submittals. There may be not a lot of groundbreaking for a while, but we'll start construction very soon.
Okay. Could you just talk to like what steps we're taking to manage the supply chain in terms of being able to keep the construction going for that period of time? And
Tom, have you had a discussion with Carollo about that? This is our senior engineer, the project manager, Tom Kapuscinski, who's been working more directly with the designers and the construction manager.
Yeah, we have. Can you pull that mic up just a second?
Lift the mic up.
Let's pull it up. There we go.
We have talked about this with some of our partners on the project. There is a lot of uncertainty with this. There's struggles trying to get suppliers to hold prices. In some cases, 30 days. In some cases, for steel pricing, there's suppliers that maybe will only hold for 1 day. So it's just been a difficult situation.
so I guess Corolla Partners, that's part of their roles to help us manage this piece.
Correct. They're not under contract yet to do this work, but we'll begin working with them quickly upon approval. We've had some preliminary discussions.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
And then I had one follow-up question. So on Pacc page 225, so we're reserving, or we have a maximum flow of 15.3 million gallons per day, and Mountain View has 15.1. Do you know what their current flow is? Mountain View's?
A little over 6 MGD.
6?
Yes. In 2022, by my rough calculations, they were at 6.2 and we were at 5.0.
Oh, so each party's maximum flow really far exceeds their current flows.
That's correct.
So why is the design for such higher flow than the cumulative flows of the parties? How does that work from an engineering standpoint?
The flows were set in 1985 when flows were more of an issue in the 1980s, and the flows add up to the regulated capacity of the plant. It's an industry standard in the way the state of California regulates the capacity of the flow. So the partners all have a share of the flow capacity that matches the design capacity of the plant. Clearly, with the flow conservation, no one's going to exceed their individual flow capacity limits. But it's still acting as the fixed share for the capital projects. It's still.
If I could add one other piece to that. These are dry weather flows as well. And there are times during wet weather when the flow coming to the treatment plant is dramatically higher than these annual. The point being that it wouldn't work to design the plant to only treat 15 million gallons a day because the dry weather flow may be on that order right now when there are times where the flow rate coming in is much higher.
I just didn't appreciate that we had variability based on the weather because this is not storm drain runoff. What drives the variation in flow based on the weather?
Inflow and infiltration of rainwater and groundwater into the sewer system.
Oh. Into the piping system?
Yes.
Oh, that's a lot. Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and move the staff proposal. I think that the issues about reallocating, well, first, let me see if I get a second.
Second.
I think the issues about re-examining the proportionate allocations are important and that we should really move those forward because over the years that's shifting and the not only the operating costs but the capital costs should be re-examined to make sure they stay proportionate. Appreciating that we had some additional shift from the last couple of years, but even before then, we were seeing a trend line. And I think that is important going forward. Councilmember Cormack.
I don't need to speak further to my second.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak? Otherwise, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Du Bois?
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No.
Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Okay, thank you. That concludes this item. So our final item tonight is a public hearing, which is a quasi-judicial matter on 1700 Embarcadero Road, which is consideration of a site and design review, design enhancement exception, variance and off-street loading space modification to allow the demolition of a vacant restaurant and the construction of a new two-story, 31,000 square foot automobile dealership. The Planning Commission, the Architectural Review Board have recommended approval of the project, and environmental assessment is a mitigated negative declaration. And since this is a quasi-judicial matter, before we proceed, do any council members have disclosures of ex parte communications? No, I see none. So welcome, Director Late.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. I'm joined by Sheldon Nossing. You have seen him a couple of times in the past 6 weeks or so. Sheldon's very familiar with this project site. He has been associated with the previous iterations that have come before it and knows intimately well the concerns of the community, familiarity with the project location, and is pleased to present this project for you this evening.
Yes, thank you for that introduction. And first off, thank you for the outgoing council members. It's been a pleasure presenting to you over the years. Next slide, please. So this presentation overview just will have a little bit of information about a background of the project. As Director Lata said, there's certainly a lot of time spent on this site. We'll also go specifically the project and what its proposals, some of the key issues that we've come up with, as well as they have been resolved. And then finally, our recommendation, we have this project reviewed by the ARB and the PTC. So next slide, please. So we've had probably about 20 public hearings on this site. So there were two prior iterations of the Mercedes-Benz project back in 2016, and that project went to the council. It was deemed to be too massive, and the applicant and the owner sold the property. Then we had another application, and that was in 2020, that had a Mercedes-Benz as well as an Audi dealership that included a rezone, that included the automobile dealership combining district. It got approved after an appeal. And maybe it was a casualty of the pandemic, but they did sell the property. And then we have the current Mercedes-Benz project. So they're very persistent. And they went through a preliminary ARB application in 2021, and then two formal ARB meetings this year, as well as a PTC meeting this year. Next slide, please. So the project site is 2.5 acres. Its zone, site, and design includes automobile dealership combining district. Site is located within the Baylands, in the private Baylands portion, not the proper Baylands. It is within the vicinity of office and other dealerships, and is also within the vicinity of Highway 101. The project will demolish the existing vacant restaurant on the site and redevelop the site with a 2-story auto dealership. Next slide, please. So project requests include the site and design review, and that's because the site is located within the Baylands. It also includes a variance, and that is for the deviation from the parking lot shading. And then there's a design enhancement exception, which is for the build-to setback lines along East Bay Shore as well as Embarcadero Road. The size of this dealership is just over 31,000 square feet with a 0.29 FAR. That's much smaller than the 0.6 FAR that's otherwise allowed for the site. One thing that's interesting about the AD overlay is that it does not count the service drive canopy, and that's between the showroom and the service building there. So that canopy is not included in that FAR for the code. The height of the building is 26 feet, and that accommodates 2 stories. It's the second story has some offices and some mezzanine space. There is a sign element that's attached to the building that's up to 36 feet. The zoning for the site does allow up to 50 feet. Parking for the site is 85 spaces for customers. And then there are also 61 display and inventory spaces along the perimeter there on the property. And the parking is in tandem. The site does include numerous easements along the East Bay Shore Road, and that dictates where that building and some of that vegetation could be. Next slide, please. So this project does differ a lot from the prior 2 applications, and in part it is much smaller. And part of that is because the inventory, as I mentioned, is on the surface parking lots as opposed to being within the building. Part of structured parking, or the last building had like a 200 automatic vehicle storage system. So this building is a lot smaller, although by having more of a parking lot, it does pose some problems, such as the parking lot shading areas, as we'll get to. The project did benefit from the preliminary review ARB. That they took those comments into stride. They made a better project out of it. There also were comments regarding the multi-use bicycle path. Initially, the project did not have that, and there were some negotiations, and they included that part of the project. And the project in particular is also designed to complement and be consistent with the Baylands master plan. Next slide, please. So next few slides, I'll just go over some of the elevations pretty quickly here, but this is the East Bay Shore elevation that has some variety of materials and colors. You have metal paneling, you have some wood paneling that's in the service area, the service drive. You have vegetated wall there that's covering the service drive area. Then, as customary for showrooms, there's glass, and that's a bird safe glass. And so this is a very prominent visible elevation. Next slide, please. Another prominent elevation is Embarcadero Road, where you have very similar colors and materials. This primarily includes the showroom space. Next slide, please. So here's where the building kind of is not seen as much. At metal paneling, this is where you start seeing some green hues that are more indicative of those colors that you see in the Baylands. So next slide, please. And this is the elevation opposite of Embarcadero Road, and this does face the neighboring office building. So this is where you have the car wash elevation there, as well as you see some of that vegetated wall that wraps around this side. Next slide, please. In reviewing the project, we did indicate some key issues, and those include the Baylands Master Plan compliance, the bicycle pathway, parking lot shading, build to setbacks, and the required on-site loading spaces. And all of these we're able to find a resolution towards. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, the project is located within the Baylands private lands area, and it is subject to the site and assessment design guidelines, but specifically have some design principles, including having the project promote low and horizontal elements. This project is very low at 26 feet. It also uses some muted and compatible colors that are appropriate materials. The site does also respect some of the branding that's involved with Mercedes. That is consistent with the Audi dealership stores. There's some metallic colors that are used. They're indicative of a auto dealership. And also we have some condition approval regarding the lighting, since there are a lot of birds and wildlife in that area adjacent, and sometimes car dealerships do have some more high intensity lighting. So there are condition approval that have the lighting go down at nighttime, but still at security levels. I just want to share with you the current view from the Baylands there at the lower left, and then the proposed. Really can't see a whole lot there other than maybe the red roof tile that's being removed from the existing building. So there's very little visual impact that's expected. Next slide, please. Next thing is with the bicycle path, and as acknowledged, there is a gap in the bicycle network, and there's no bicycle lane along the frontage. It just kind of dead ends there. So people have to go into the travel lane otherwise to get through that intersection in Embarcadero Road. The project does require a transportation demand management, and because the dealership is an auto-oriented use, does require car trips to access their site for repairs, for instance. The potential to reduce single occupancy car trips by service customers is pretty low. So they really can't meet the TDM targets. So we did negotiate with the dealer to include this this amenity, this pathway as an option, an alternative to meet the transportation demand management. There are some existing mature trees under those power lines. Those would need to be removed to accommodate the 10-foot concrete pathway. There are other trees that are being replanted adjacent to those. Once this is in place, this would enable connections to the Embarcadero crossing over the freeway, as well as the San Francisco Creek Trail and Bay Trail via the Gang Road, and then the Baylands. There are many ways to get there, either down Embarcadero Road, as well as East Bayshore or Fabian. Next slide, please. So one issue is the parking lot shading. The code requirement is that 50% of the parking lot, which includes the parking lot spaces, the drive aisles, are shaded by tree canopies. The project does propose 41% shading. And in part, this is because there's a large easement area made up of multiple easements from PG&E, as well as the city for underground and overground utilities. And 26% of that, of the site is occupied by easements. Another issue with the property is the shape of the lot is trapezoidal. And it does kind of come to a head there at the intersection. So it does constrain the site. You probably want to have more of a square building other than a trapezoid building. They are planting some trees offsite in the Baylands. While it doesn't count towards the shading, that's just something that we had suggested and they're carrying through with. That would help here. So the findings, based on staff's analysis, are documented in the record of land use action. And we believe the findings can be met. The council can choose to modify these findings as necessary. Next. Then there are build to setbacks, and the code requirement is for the CS district, and this primarily CS district is along El Camino Real, so this kind of makes more sense there, just to have a building that's up against that setback. And the setback here is 0 along Embarcadero Road and East Bayshore. So 50% of the building would need to be up to this 0 setback line along Embarcadero Road, or 33% along the street side. And because of the easements, for instance, along East Bayshore Road, there's no way for the project to meet that requirement. And that's been the case for all the other projects that have come through this site. There's also, the building is also not placed up to the setback along Embarcadero Road. It kind of makes sense because you want that circulation around the building. You don't want people to go from the service drive to get to the car wash and go outside of the property, go through the intersection, come back on again. It just makes sense to keep that circulation on site. And so staff does have the findings for approval of this in the record of land use action, and the council can choose to modify these findings as necessary. Next slide, please. So with loading spaces, the code does require 2 spaces. There's insufficient drive aisle space width on the site for the loading space is indicated in red, that's adjacent to the car wash. But one of the spaces is okay. And so we are supporting the waiver of that 1 space. The applicant is indicated that they're not anticipating any large type of vehicle carriers to be able to maneuver on this site anyway. So they have some unique ways to get the cars here. Next slide, please. Planning and Transportation Commission did review the project. They did recommend approval as 6-0 and with some changes. And those were to eliminate condition approval number 14. And that condition was tying the project to the outstanding Audi site improvements. There were some deferral improvements on that site that need to get done, but the commission believed that it wasn't okay or prudent to have this project tied to that project for that reason. Other was to eliminate condition approval number 22 if deemed unnecessary. In that regard, that condition had to do with storm drain improvements. We confirmed that there wasn't any need for replacement, so therefore that makes sense to delete that condition. The other condition approval is 34 regarding some flexibility there, and that one was regarding any damage from construction that would occur. It's very typical, so we just provided some flexibility there to have the inspector required the required amount of repair based on the damage there. Next slide, please. So the ARB also reviewed the application, and they added the condition approval that the project come back to the ARB ad hoc for more detail on plantings, architectural material confirmation, and cross-section of the multi-use path prior to the building permit being issued. Next slide, please. So the project is consistent with the CEQA. Project meets the criteria for an addendum to the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration project in 2019. We needed to update the traffic and noise analysis because there was some differences there, as well as the change in the traffic from LOS criteria to VMT criteria. We did receive some correspondence from the neighbor regarding noise. It's the same neighbor from the last project. Mitigation still applies. And we also met with the neighbor, the applicant, and myself met with the neighbor. They had an acoustic specialist involved in that meeting, and we did agree on a specific equipment that would be used for the car wash, and that's included in the condition approval, number 15. So most of the other mitigation measures still apply for the project. The project is generally smaller, and no new significant impacts or mitigation measures are required. Next slide, please. So with that, the Architectural Review Board and Planning Commission recommends that the City Council adopt the record of land use action approving the new car dealership and request for a site and design variance and design enhancement exception based on the findings subject to the conditions of approval. The applicant is here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I'll also note that perspective.
Welcome, Director Hirsch.
Thank you, Mayor Burt, Vice Mayor Koo. It's very hard to add to whatever Sheldon puts together here, you know. But I want to say a couple of not relative to this project, thanks to your selection board of 2 new members who have really demonstrated incredibly good analytical abilities on our board and are committed to our board. And then I want to thank Vice Mayor Koo because she came to graciously attended our 5-year award ceremony. And I didn't thank you enough as you were there. And I hope you all had a chance to look at the awards that we gave in the lobby. I looked to try to find another place to take that exhibit, perhaps to the library or to the schools directly, so that perhaps we can find some new ARB architects in the future. 1700 Embarcadero Road, as Sheldon did cover so much, I really don't have too much to add, but I wasn't on the board for the very first hotel application, but I was for the first, I guess it was the first automobile presentation, and which was withdrawn. Actually, the hotel was withdrawn. I guess the first Mercedes dealership was also withdrawn because it was quite unique in one specific way. It stored the new cars in a multi-leveled kind of automated puzzle lift kind of structure, which was about 3 stories high. And we had a lot of problem with it in the board because it was very big, massive kind of look to it, and would be seen from the Baylands, and certainly we really didn't want that. Even though it was surrounded by trees, large trees at that. This present application is much, much more modest and sensitive to its surroundings. And it has a car dealership. It had to distribute all these cars in a sort of a tandem around the 3 sides of the building, not the Embarcadero side, not the direction to the Baylands, of course. I guess it's a little harder to accept a lot of cars on the lot, but I think we've sort of realized that we can replant the trees on the Bay Shore side and some additional trees as well in the easement if they're careful about it, so that there's a sort of a double layer of trees. And we've added and requested them to increase the plantings around the perimeter. If you go to the opposite side of the street and look at the medical facility there, the eye and ear and Stanford facility, there are plenty of plants that one could use that will at least provide some separation and some nature between the traffic coming off of 101 there and on Bayshore and this site with all those cars. We were really especially impressed with the selection of materials. Sheldon mentioned it, that significant green wall that faces Bayshore, and it wraps around the corner. Nice idea. And that central car service access, which is surrounded by a natural wood. And then all of the other materials, which are a kind of a green scheme, which a light green and natural look to the whole building. So overall, I think the building, which is incredibly better scaled than the earlier one, and something that we felt was quite appropriate for the site. You know, it's kind of a modest building in some way, which is a contrast with Mercedes, which is so beautifully detailed by itself. So in contrast, I think it's a good idea to play the building down and let the car take over at this point. We unanimously approved the project, but there were, as Sheldon mentioned, some issues that go to the ad hoc. We noticed that the actual bike path didn't really have enough detail for us. So we asked that to be looked at in more care before the final approval. We asked for some additional plantings between the trees, which I'm sure that they will do. There are fingers in the parking lot on the Bayshore side, but they didn't put trees on the inside portion of those fingers. They did on the rest of the site. And we think it's reasonable to imagine, even though it's an easement, that they'll be able to plant the additional tree in each of the fingers. And that'll give the whole, not only improve the look of the whole ensemble of the building and nature, but it will also shade some more of the hard surfaces as well. So I think that's basically it. Yeah, in terms of the materials, the car wash, was an issue that was raised to us with letters from the neighbor and the study, but obviously they solved that problem. So we approve. We're happy and hope that you will too.
Thank you. And did the applicant wish to speak? And applicant has how many minutes again? Up to 10 minutes to speak. Welcome. That'd be fine with us.
Can we check and make sure the microphone is on for the speaker? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Eric Iverson. I am Director of Real Estate for Swickard Automotive. We are, as staff has presented, the fourth iteration of a project at this site and the third attempt at a Mercedes store, and I think we're there. I honestly think we're there. Like I said, I'm going to keep it really short. I'm more here to answer any questions that anybody may have. We did go before Architectural Review Board twice, and we appreciated their feedback and changed the project to accommodate some of their concerns, and as well before the Planning and Transportation Board. It was a very productive meeting with them. We're glad that they approved it, and we did make some revisions based on recommendations. Can we go to the next slide? So again, as you've seen, as Sheldon showed, staff showed this image, but there's really 5 things to be proud of here. I don't know how, but I build auto dealerships for a living. It's what I do. I don't know why or how I ended up there, but that's what I do. And I got to do some things with these designs that you don't normally get to do. One of those is we have an attractive, as been discussed, low and horizontal building. It's meant to blend in with the baylands and blend in with the neighboring properties. It's not meant to be seen from anything but when you're in front of it. We still have to meet the Mercedes standards, which is what you're seeing here, which is the black metal panels on the front of it, but we limited that as much as possible. There is the glass, which allows the showroom, which then can kind of glow. 2 of the other, we have the bike path that has been talked about considerably that we were able to add and replace the sidewalk that's there now, provide a wider path. I'm super excited about using the reclaimed wood in the storage, in the service drive. Palo Alto talks about deconstruction of existing buildings. This is literally deconstruction of buildings that gets remilled and reused. I've honestly wanted to use this on a project for about 10 or 12 years. And this is the first project that we get to do it. So this is probably the first time that we'll ever be on an auto dealership. And I know it's the first time on a Mercedes store. And something else is the green wall. Again, something you don't see every day, but it's something that I think is absolutely appropriate here. It's actually back where the shop and the parts is, which is usually the non-exciting part of a car dealership. But in this case, we're doing our best. It's a green wall. I've seen it used at a couple facilities. Actually, it's trays of plants that are hung horizontal on the wall or vertically on the wall, so that if there is dieback, you can literally take that 2x2 tray off and replace it with a new one. Generally, it's pretty cool. So we're excited to do it. And then we haven't on the Mercedes store, not on this front. So it's there. It's something that we know that's probably coming as a very important component, not only for an auto dealership, but pretty much for any commercial and residential building. Next slide. There were questions repeatedly about, will we sell e-bikes? And the answer is yes. Mercedes does have a line of 4 e-bikes. That's about to be 5. And likewise, Mercedes currently has 3 100% electric vehicles, and they're coming out with a new plug-in hybrid in 2023. So their goal is probably early 2030s to be 100% electric, but they've come a long way in the last 2 years. Next. Contextual, I think we've already talked about. I think there's 2 or 3 slides. If you could just kind of go through quickly, just a quick reminder of who our neighbors are. Next slide. The Audi store next door is a very traditional Audi store. That's something that you may see anywhere. The landscaping is beautiful in front of it, but the store itself is your typical metal-clad Audi building. A little bit like what the front of ours will be like, but we're doing so much more to the sides of it. Next. And then we have the office building behind us. Next. Existing is really not too much to look at. The one thing that we can't do anything about is the PG&E tower and transmission lines that staff has talked about. And that's really dictated the design of the building and where we're setting it back and how it's being landscaped. Next. And then, of course, one of the big changes is just the overall massing of the building. This is actually one of the previous proposals. Not only are we almost 40% smaller, but we're significantly shorter. And I think that's the huge one. Next. This one's a little difficult to see, but if you look at it, I ghosted in, or had our architects ghost in the original our previous proposal, and you can see how much larger that building was than what we have before you tonight. Next. Floor plan is here, just in case there happens to be any questions. A service drive in the middle there is an open air service drive. Next. A good shot of the green wall next to the reclaimed wood. Again, just two of my favorite elements here. Next. Service drive that's open with reclaimed wood going all the way through the entire service drive. Next. an idea of what that actually looks like as opposed to an architect's rendering. These are two existing stores that were built, or buildings, excuse me, that were built with wood siding. One's a library, one's a restaurant. Next. The green wall. Next. Idea of a solar canopy as a future project. And next. Of which we will provide the infrastructure as part of this project to make it easy to add, should we have to or need to do that. And my favorite slide, because I took these two pictures, and it literally shows I was standing on the path in the Baylands, took this picture, and you can barely see the restaurant that's there. A couple of the red roof tiles are poking through. Then I had my architect superimpose, take out that building and put our building in, and you can't see it from the Baylands. And this was before we added the trees to it. So this was really to kind of show that, we're not adjacent to the Baylands, we're in the area, but definitely it's not going to be visible. That's all I have. I am happy to answer any questions that anybody may have.
Thank you. Well, at this time, we'll hear from members of the public, and we'll see if we have follow-up questions as we go forward. Thank you. And do we have members of the public who wish to speak? So our first speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Thank you. And again, my disclaimer is that even though I am now a director of the Santa Clara Valley Water District, I am speaking for myself and not for anyone else. I am troubled by this project. I recognize what I believe are the benefits in your minds, specifically that it creates revenue from sales tax. A city in the state that refuses to tax landlords or the biggest businesses a fair share. So Palo Alto is stuck resorting to moves like this in order to add to its general fund. I think that's tragic. What about our sustainability goals? What about our commitment to environmental protection? What about our commitment to the Baylands, to our neighbors near this proposed dealership, and of course our neighbors in East Palo Alto, who already suffer so much pollution from the airport there that refuses even to use unleaded gas? It feels wrong and unethical to me to continue to put high polluting businesses, high polluting projects on the other side of Embarcadero, where most of the harm falls on East Palo Alto residents and the Baylands so-called natural preserve. I wasn't impressed by what I view as the greenwashing statement. The green wall described as not a green wall. Solar to be, to forthcoming. It can't be seen by the Baylands, but it can be felt. Statistics on the toxic consequences of car dealerships are well known. Sometimes there are toxic seeps into the land, making it unusable for habitation, like is the case according to the EPA website of a large part of Stanford Business Park, where you all are still interested in putting housing, even though it's not clear if the EPA allows it. We don't need more sensitive land at risk by fossil fuel and related toxic pollution. There's a better way to serve our community than to put a car dealership there, a fossil fuel car dealership. Thank you for considering.
And our next speaker is Aaron Hadzes. Welcome, to be followed by our final speaker, Lynn Chiapella.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Palo Alto City Council. Thank you for allowing me the chance to speak to you tonight. My name is Aaron Hazes. I'm a field representative with the Carpenters Local Union 405 in Santa Clara County. We represent 38,000 members here in Northern California. We need to strongly encourage the use of a responsible developer for this project. Developer supports affordable health care, uses a living wage, and the use of an apprenticeship program. These principles serve our community. Apprenticeship programs are an engineered pathway to a career with purpose and fulfillment, not just a job without a future. When projects make use of living wage, it creates a level playing field. When responsible employers use affordable health care, people know their families are safe and protected. This removes the burden to our emergency services and lowers the cost to our community. When these principles are utilized, it better serves our community. A project like this could benefit local construction workers with livable wages and further provide local long-term jobs for those at the dealership as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Lynn Chiapella. Welcome.
I have two questions. I noticed number 16, it goes back to the ARB for approval or more looking at the landscaping. And I'm very concerned about the removal of trees and replacement. And I could not see on the map how many of these trees are really large trees when they're planted, 48 inch box or 36-inch box, or are they going to be basically little sticks that are going to take 20 or 30 years to actually gain any height or fullness? So I would be very concerned, or I would like to recommend that the council specify that a certain percentage of trees must be of that size, 48 or 36 inch. And the second thing I wonder is there no possibility to provide shading in the parking lot through solar panels? I've seen this done in other parking lot, which has a lot of parking. The last part would be in the little fingers that he was talking about next to the building. I couldn't tell for sure if these are bushes or trees or what is going to be planted in the fingers in the parking area near the building. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now return to the council for questions and comments and motion. I don't have questions. Councilmember Cormack.
I just want to take a brief moment to say that I remember the last time we saw this and just appreciate some of the simpler changes in landscaping, even from I think the redbud trees at the time were on the outer side, and now we've got oaks, and that's come in. And I do think the living wall adds a touch. We've had some interesting experiences at Mitchell Park with it, so hopefully everyone's learned from that. I want to thank Chair Hirsch for coming this evening, and Mr. Essing for your usual thorough explanation. And when the time comes, I'll be supporting the staff recommendation.
Councilmember Stone.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, just a couple questions. I saw in the staff report the ARB suggested a row of parking be removed to accommodate existing trees in the pathway. What happened with that recommendation?
So that was given to the applicant, and I think it's probably best to have them kind of explain how they came about trying to resolve that and how they came to the proposal that you have today.
If the mayor's fine with that.
Sure. Would the applicant like to respond?
Yes, there was a discussion at the ARB meeting. Initially, there was discussion of the existing trees and replacing the sidewalk with a bike path. ARB recommended a couple options that we take a look at. One of them was kind of weaving the bike path behind the trees or through the trees. And really what happened is it ended up taking out a large chunk of storage on that site. And we're already really at a minimum for what we need to have for there. We really scaled back the entire site. And it kind of became a little bit of as much as I'm a tree person, as Sheldon knows, I'm also a cyclist. So I'm torn over this the entire time, but I love mature trees. So what it came down to is that's when we had the discussion of adding the trees to the baylands. That there seemed to be an overwhelming, and especially also from the Planning and Transportation Commission, more of a interest in the bike path getting there, and that was more critical than those trees. So I think the compromise that I proposed was then to come back and add the trees to the baylands.
And those trees being added to the baylands are native trees, and the ones being removed are non-native, correct?
Yes, the baylands trees are native. I think the Chinese elms are non-native, my understanding.
Okay, that's my understanding as well. Okay, thank you. And then for staff, I know the Audi dealership is one of our top sales tax revenue generators. Do we have any anticipated numbers on what we should see for our sales tax from the Mercedes project?
Yeah, I did prep the applicant on this. He actually would know a little more about that, I think.
So according to my director of accounting, the Audi store is at about $7.5 million in sales tax. And there's a little bit of a ramp up period when you're opening up a new dealership, but we should be double that.
Great.
Annually.
Okay.
Mercedes store should do significantly more business.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad the presentation went over bird safe glass. That was one of my concerns with this location. Seems like it'd be a migratory path, so I was glad to see that. Also, I assume then the lighting here at night would be similar to the Audi dealership and other dealerships in that area to mitigate those impacts.
Yes, there are specific conditions to lower the light intensity after hours.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, I think this process, long drawn out, and I'm sure probably frustrating for the applicant at times, but I think this is a sign that this process can often lead to superior projects. I do think this is a well-designed project. It fits within the context of that location and seems to exist well within the Baylands. So well done on that. I'm disappointed to see the loss in some trees there, but seems like it was well balanced, and the mitigation impacts I'm okay with, and especially the bike path is dramatically needed in that location to be able to open up the path there to the Baylands. So I thank you for that. It'll be a good generator for city sales tax, and I think overall better utilizes that space. So I think we're finally there. Also glad to hear ARB and PTC have been able to weigh in on this and unanimously recommend it. So I'm in support of the project.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, hi. So third attempt here. I actually approved the previous design, but it was definitely a close call. I think this one is much less impactful, much easier to approve. So I want to thank you for very, I think, respectful design that aligns with the Baylands and our open space. I would like to say, I was trying to look at the plans online. It was really hard to see which protected trees were going to be removed. And so, I don't know, staff, we just passed a new tree protection ordinance. I think it would be good if we would highlight those in the staff report and in the presentation. But do you have anything that shows, I guess there was a mention of, removal of a protected tree?
Yes, thank you. So there is one tree, and I can't remember if it was along Embarcadero Road. I believe it was Embarcadero Road that met the criteria for a protected tree that is being removed as a result of the bike path.
So it's along Embarcadero?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. So again, I think on the whole, this project, fits in. It looks like a great design. Yeah, I would just ask in the future that staff, you would kind of highlight those protected trees on the reports. And again, I don't think it's often that we get a design enhancement, which is an increased setback, and a variance, which is, deviation from shading, both of which either seem positive or minor. So I am supportive of the project. Thank you.
Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah, just, every iteration of this has gotten better. So thanks very much to the applicant and staff and PTC and ARB, and best of luck for a swift project and a successful business here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I didn't press my light.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Koo.
Well, first, I want to say thank you to the applicant, to ARB staff and PTC for hearing, that for this location, it's a location that is very fragile, and it's a gateway into our baylands. So construction and development over there is going to be looked at in more with more gusto. So for the most part, it's a great design. Low flat roof is consistent with what is over there. In the previous rendition, it was really, really massive and out of context. But this one here, I wanted to ask, I do have concerns about the tree removals also, but I think one of the public commenters asked, what's the size that's going to be replanted in the baylands? Is it possible to be the 48 or the 36 inch so that we have something with some maturity rather than a small tree?
So in the baylands, the trees there are all 24-inch box.
24-inch. And is there a timeline on when they need to be in by?
Before issuance of certificate of occupancy.
Before that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know. The other thing is, so I noticed that the height is about 26 up to the roof line, right? But then there is the Mercedes sign with that wall. That's just kind of a little bit, I know that's a design feature for Mercedes probably, but is there any way to consider lowering it a little bit more? Instead of at 36 to be maybe at 32 or 30. It just juts out. And given it's the baylands and a bird-friendly area, probably won't attract birds to hit it or anything, but it's just something to consider.
Yeah, so thank you, Vice Mayor. I think it's intended to be seen, and that's why it projects out above the building. As you've seen on the plans, we can certainly have the applicant come speak to their signage needs, but I will note it was reviewed by the Architecture Review Board too and endorsed. So if the council would like to make some changes to that sign, we can certainly hear, you might want to hear first from the applicant, and then that could be a part of a motion if that was desired.
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering, it's not something that is going to be most visible from the freeway, I don't believe. People would have to, whoever's coming in would know of Mercedes being there or on the road to see it. So for that one to be so far up at 36 just seems rather high. And if the mayor's okay.
Sure, if the applicant would like to address that.
So the black wall that extends above, that is one of the Mercedes elements. They have proportions that they give us when we go through the design. So if the building's 26 feet, there's a minimum 10 feet to extend that above. If our building was 36 or 46, it would probably be 12 or 14 feet above. They're very into proportionality. So it's not so much meant to act as a sign as it is the proportions of the whole development.
Well, then I'm very glad that it's at the height that it is at 26, so that you don't have to put any more. Since you're there, could I ask you about your the loading space?
Yes.
So you have 2 loading spots, and they're all going to be coming in from Bay Shore.
Correct.
Onto the lot. So the one that is tucked in at the corner, it's also using the same route coming in.
The intent is that it would exit through the Audi, as we own both the Audi and the Mercedes store. So the intent is that the 2 locations are going to function together. And again, that is more for package delivery, not for auto delivery. Auto delivery.
Not for auto.
No, auto delivery is going to would be occurring at a remote storage lot. We discussed this a lot with the PTC. With this size lot, it's just not feasible to get in full 9-car haulers, which are bigger than 53-foot semis. If I had a 10-acre site, absolutely, we'd be unloading on site. But with under a 3-acre site, we just can't get the trucks in there and have them turn. Nor can we store all of the new car inventory on this site. So we'll have off-site storage and off-site delivery.
So that leads to the next question. Where would that be at, the delivery of vehicles and then also your inventory sites?
That is something that changes as the auto industry changes. Usually those are month to month or sometimes 6-month or 12-month leases. Again, as inventory levels go up and down, I've been doing this for 15 years. So I got to see during the recession when some of our stores had 1 new car in stock, with Chrysler and Chevy shutting down production. And then at the beginning of COVID, when we had a two-fangled thing where new inventories dropped significantly, and then we had an issue repairing cars. So it actually didn't change much on site if you were just driving by, because service cars then took up a big portion of the lot where new cars used to be parked as our new car inventories dropped. So it's something that always changes, and it's something that at every one, we have 25 locations across. So usually it's something within 3 to 5 miles.
Okay. I think the main thing on the load delivery of the vehicles is that when those big lorries come in, they're not on the street itself, double parking or in the middle medium. So I'm hoping that staff, there is some designation of where the unloading is going to be taking place so that they're not.
Right, thank you. So we do have a condition approval that they can't do any of those functions in the right of way.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. I'm sorry, my time is up. Thank you so much.
All right, well, thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, your light's on now.
Yeah, it is. Thank you. So first of all, thank you guys for your work on this. It's the 4th try. Thank you for coming to Palo Alto to invest and build your business. Really appreciate that. Overall, this looks like a really good project. Great changes, a lot of good bike stuff. I'm a big biker, so I think this is much appreciated. It looks like you guys were very sensitive to the environment, so I think that was great. For me, I think that this is our 4th try. We could really use a car dealership here. We could use a sales tax at this point in time, given our finances. So I would like for us as a city to try to help the applicant as much as possible moving forward and accelerating this. And hopefully we can have a new dealership in our city. So with that said, I would just like to make the staff recommendation as a motion.
Second.
Did you want to speak to your motion, Councilmember Tanaka?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack, did you want to speak to your second?
Briefly, I just touched on a few like deltas in my earlier comments. I want to thank the Planning and Transportation Commission and the Architectural Review Board for spending so much time with it. And I want to thank staff for their thoughtful descriptions of the various exceptions and variances.
Great, thanks. So I'll just had a couple questions and comments. First, for the applicant, you mentioned a prospective future solar arrays. Is there a reason that those wouldn't be going in at the outset?
There's not a great reason other than it was a discussion item at the ARB. There was some members that are in favor and some that were maybe questioning whether or not the canopies were the right solution. And from my perspective, I didn't want that to hold up the entire project.
Well, I will offer that, Mercedes is becoming an electric vehicle company. And I think they'll have a lot of success here in Palo Alto. Palo Alto is reputedly the highest EV adoption rate in the US, and we expect it's, like elsewhere, going to accelerate as new models and new, companies bring vehicles to the market. And just the whole implication of not only solar panels there, but we've had this eyesore of the existing transmission line power, PG&E tower, and it always is out of place, has been with every other prospective use. But having it there towering over an EV dealership maybe is apropos and should be embraced. And I don't know if there's any way that PG&E would even allow some creative features on that tower that would kind of embrace the nature of the carbon neutral electricity that's being provided there. But it's just a thought. And along those same lines, the symbolism of having solar panels there would be good. And they provide not just solar power, but awning shading that can be valuable for vehicles. I also want to commend you for the bird-friendly glass. That's a really important factor out in our baylands. And I think that basically this design, a lot of the value structure that align with not only our city values and community values around climate protection, but also really respected the bayland setting. And in summation, I think it's our responsibility, our boards and commissions' responsibilities to not support bad projects and to support good projects. And overall, I think this is a good project, and I really am glad that this is what we're ending up with at this site. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. I see no more lights, so would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Filsath?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku?
Yes.
And Councilmember Du Bois?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And that concludes this item. Go to work. All right. Final item is council member questions, comments, and announcements. Do colleagues have anything to add at this time? And I see none. Therefore, the meeting's adjourned. Thank you.